everybody. Welcome to another round of Canje Plays, and today we are getting into Zerywia. Zerywia. Zerywia? We are going to be getting into that game, and we are going to have a good time. There is a lot to go through. This is going to be a long stream, only because I'm going to be walking you through setup as well as playing the first scenario, but I've tried to decide what's the best way to do it. And to me, honestly, if I sit here and I'll be like, here's rules, here's rules, here's rules, without playing, my eyes would glaze over. So we're gonna do some initial setup, and then we'll learn the rules as we step through the play, taking pauses so you can understand exactly what's happening and what's going on. Hey Steven, Jason, what's going on? Hey Steve, what's going on? Welcome, welcome. One Stop Co-op Shop in the house. We got Mike, what's going on, Mike? Welcome, welcome. Pull up a chair, everyone. Pull up a chair. Get close, get close. Want you here so that we can get into this fun. I spent a little bit of time going through this to make sure I got the rules right, and even still, I may not. But it is a fun game. It's a fun game. You'll find out why. You'll get to make that decision, and we'll get into it and build stuff up. So it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. There's a lot to it. Not in terms of gameplay. There's a lot of nuance and little things that you have to keep in mind, and we'll get all into that stuff. But it's a fun game. I like it, and we're gonna have some fun with it. So before I begin, oh, happy birthday, Mike! Happy birthday, Mike's birthday today. All right, all right. Happy birthday. I'll try to make the stream worthwhile, just because it's your birthday. Hey, Greg, what's going on? Pull up a chair. Pull up a chair. So before we begin, I want to say thank you to my Patreons. I appreciate you so much. Thank you to my YouTube subscribers, you as well. And if you are neither and just popping in to see who the heck is this guy and what is he talking about, welcome as well. You're always welcome at the table. Just pull up a chair. We're going to have a good time. All right. So we're going to get the way that we're going to play this is we're going to get some information in terms of looking at the BGG breakdown of it. And then we're going to get down to the table and have a good time. We're going to, if you have questions, pop them in the chat. I got the chat up. What's up, Thomas? Welcome, welcome. I got the chat up, and if you don't have any questions, cool. If you see me doing something incorrect, let me know. I want to play this thing properly. I always tell the chat to keep me honest. So if you see anything off, let me know, and we'll get into it. Okay, let's get some information. Get down on the table. All right, so Zerywia, it delivered to EU last year, and the late backer and US side is getting their stuff delivered now. So it's in the process of being fulfilled. Mine came in the week before last, 2 weeks ago. That's what the week before last is. But it came in 2 weeks ago, and from then I did an unboxing, which you saw. We won't talk about how I oriented board. Puzzles are not my thing, right? But other than that, I then dove in, started reading through the rules because I was super excited for this game. Not a lot of people knew about it, but it's one of those hidden gems that I feel is out there that I think people will really resonate with. And I'll get into more of my thoughts on how the game ends after you see it played, so you can see what's going on there. But it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. So, 8.2 on Board Game Geek, but only 85 people have rated it so far. Like I said, underrated gem. I think that people are going to, after seeing this, those who have interest in this style of game will pick it up and they'll have a lot of fun with it. Replayability is massively high in this game. So don't think like, okay, well, you just play the scenarios and then you're done. The game is highly replayable. It's really modular. It is a sandbox exploration game. So sandbox meaning you could do so many different things, different combinations, and build things up. Adding on the expansion content that comes with it adds even more. Designer Dominic and Presimsla. So Dominic, I actually had a couple conversations with him, and because I had some rules questions and he was able to answer them. Very responsive. He is kind of leading the charge on this, and he's doing fulfillment, and he's doing it's kind of like this single dev environment. So just bear in mind that if you're like, well, I ordered this but I haven't heard anything, he'll get back to you. He's just like right in the middle of trying to get everything done, and it's a one-man show. so it's going to be a lot. But he is really good. He will get back to you. It's not like you'll say something and then it'll bubble off into the ether. You will hear back from him. Dominic did the artist on this, and he self-published it for Koliba Publishing, which is his, so it's going to be good. I keep saying it's going to be good, and I need to stop saying that. Anyway, 1 to 4 players, so this game can play up to 4 players. The community says 1 to 3, but the best sweet spot is either solo or 2-player. I can see why that is so, and you'll see why as well. 40 to 150 minutes. No, this game will take longer. So it's I think if you want to go like 90-minute and above, it's possible. And if you're playing one of the large scenarios, it's supposed to be a quick to the table game, and it is. But then the enjoyment in the long play is what you're kind of looking for and how you want to make it. Because it's a sandbox game, it falls into its own, and you'll see what that looks like. Age 13 plus, community says 12 plus. Yeah, there's not a lot of gruesome things in here, and there's a lot of decisions to be made. A lot of decision tree stuff happens in here. Weight's about a 3.38. I would probably bump that up to a 4.2 on this, only because the main actions that you do are pretty straightforward. No problem. There are sub-actions that you can do, and then sub-actions within those sub-actions that you can do, and that's what drives up the complexity. So, yeah, cool. You have me hyped for this game. Don't let me down. Oh, no! Pressure. Pressure! Alright, so we're gonna, let's get down to the table, introduce you to some of the components, and then we'll get on to it. Table! Alright, welcome to the land of Zerywia. So, this is these areas here that we have built up, and as you can see, I've placed some things down here already, but I'll explain what all those mean. And I have my hero here, but I'll explain all that. And then I have the infamous book of tabs that we'll be going through, because I do still need to reference it. I'm not a pro at this game yet, but I know how to play it. So I'll still be referencing the rulebook from time to time for names, for specific things that I could do, all of that. Like, we'll break all that down. So, okay. And that's why I had that piece open, and then I close it because I'm an idiot. All right, so this is the land of Zerywia. Zerywia. And it's divided into 4 parts called thymors. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those parts make up the land of Zerywia. We have the Lekian domain, the Rani domain territories, the Nuru grounds, and the Yistoi cradle. And you know that those are those things based on the symbols that are down here, as you can see, really, really tiny. And I got to start using pointers now. Right here is a symbol of the times of day. So basically you have morning, noon, dusk, and night. So these are the different areas that you do. Actions and sub-actions of sub-actions of sub-actions. All of these are ruled by different gods, right? We have the dusk is ruled by Yisha. We have dawn, which is ruled by Yaruna. We have day, which is ruled by Rayuvit, and night, which is ruled by Moroz. So I tell you all this because it all factors into how the rules work for the game. Very important stuff. I'm just starting it off. We have this lovely thing called the Sventavid. This is kind of the influence of the gods on the world, right? So if you notice on it, and I'll tilt it a little bit so you can see and stuff will fall out, but there are these little tokens that are in there that make up these dawn stones. And every single round, you turn them, and the dawn stones affect the region that they're in differently. You get specific abilities that you can use. You can get specific, if you're in one that matches the god that you have, that works too. So this is kind of working to help you do things as we go through the game. Okay, stick with me. Like I said, there's a lot to go over. So we're just gonna basically start off on kind of character setup, and then we'll get into the story. We'll get into the turn phases, and we'll see all this stuff breaks down. Okay, so we've got our character board that's here. Now, a lot of people will see these markers here and then say things like, okay, well, this looks like Destiny. It's not. It's not, because in Destiny's, it usually says, okay, well, if you have 5 or more, you get this. Like, it's just the app's just checking your stats and you can bump them up and down. These are kind of the things that you're allowed to do with your abilities in the game. So I wouldn't even call them your health. I think they're just more your mana. All three are, think of them as mana points because they're the way that you can do things. However, they can get reduced. So let's say I'm going to use, this is vigor, this is instinct, and this is willpower. Okay, so strength, dexterity, and wisdom. If for D&D players, as you use different abilities, this thing bumps down. As you rest or you find it or you do different explorations, they could get moved back up. However, these abilities, because you're not, usually in adventure games you are you are like a farmer or you're this beginning adventurer who's learning to grow in their power. In this game, you're a hero, just straight up. You are the avatar of the gods who have come down to deal with Nyx, who is the goddess of evil and destruction and bad stuff. So you've come down to deal with her through your herald. So you already have abilities, but as you move through the land, you can run into murk, and you can get taint on there. So if you get taint, it kind of blemishes those abilities and makes things harder and harder and harder and harder for you to do. You can also get wounded. If you get wounded, you'd flip over this token with the scratch symbol on it, and that gets bumped down and down and down and down. And what wounded could do is if you get there, even though you started off with 6 vigor, now you can only go up to 2. So it starts limiting you down to what you can do. So there isn't really a losing. You start off with 7. Yes. There isn't really a way to die, but there's a way to weaken yourself enough that continuing on doesn't help you. And there is a loss condition. There is a loss condition in this game where you just lose, but you just kind of keep enduring until you can't endure anymore, and then you lose the game. Okay, so these are the ones that you start with, and I'll explain why I put this at 7 in a second. We're just going through the board right now. You've got these lovely 3, which are called prime. These activate different abilities on the board, and I'll show you one of them, which is here, that I have to start off for Dalboard that I'll be using for this playthrough. Now I understand all the tabs. I know, I told you, there's a lot. There's a lot, but the reason why I say there's a lot is because I'm explaining it to you and you're like, oh my god, that is a lot. It's not once you start playing. It flows. It's just, I think the actions within the flow is what gets you. So, like I said, when I first read through this, I was like, good god. But after I got it set up, it was, okay, this makes sense. I don't really have to worry about this too much because I understand what needs to happen. And then it flows. It's just taking long because I want to make sure you understand. And people who are coming in or people who are who've never heard of this game and just purchased it, Dominic has on his channel, he has a breakdown of it. I'm doing one as well here so you fully understand what these things are. So just keep in mind that's the hero board of this side. That's the importance of this. You spend your attributes. I just, in my brain, it makes sense to call them your mana points. So you spend them to do abilities. Just keep that in mind and then move on. These are prime. With primes, you can do different variable things with primes, right? You can spend them to reroll dice. Yes, this is a dice game. You can spend them to deal with exploration abilities. You can even spend them to deal with merc. It all depends on what you want to do, but you start off with 3 of them. 3. Taint can be put on these merc points too, and if they do those Taint can be put on those prime points too as well. And if they fall on there, they're gone forever. There's no way to get them back unless a card says to do so, and I have not found a single one yet. So they're gone for good. So you have to be very careful on how you use them. That is this section of the board. Up here, this right here is the turn order board. It keeps track. It lets you keep track of your turn. Now, let's talk about turns. Turns are broken down into, and this is where the sub comes in. Every turn you get to do 2 actions. 2 actions. It's like, oh, that's simple enough. So you get to do 2 actions every one of your turns. So turn 1, do 2 actions. Turn 2, do 2 actions. Turn 3, do 2 actions. Turn 4, do 2 actions. And then you go to the camp phase, which is this one right here. Okay? So those 2 actions are actually like 10 actions. But they are 2 actions. The first action is called the exploration action, where that's where you move to a different region of a Thymor, and these are all regions separated by these dotted and dashes stuff. So you move. When you move into an area that has a threat token, you draw a monster and you fight it. When you move into an area that doesn't have a threat token, you get to pick if it's more than one of these little symbols, but you get to pick which exploration you want to do. You draw that card, you resolve the exploration. So that is the first of the 2 actions, exploration. Then there is the region options that are part of this. This is where it gets great. So I gotta flip to my region section on my tab. So when you hit a region, these symbols here have a meaning that you can do, and you get to do other stuff. Like, you can do a Merc binding ritual. These are Mercs, so if there's Merc in this area, you can use the region option to do a Merc binding ritual to either A, take a taint somewhere on here to remove this Merc token and gain an offering. And I'll let you know what offering is. We'll get there. So that's one of the options that you can do. That's one. Next, you can fulfill a story quest. That's the big and biggest, best, awesome, amazing, mind-blowingly fantastic part of this game. And I want to save that for a discussion for as we're setting up. So you can do that to fulfill a story or quest. You can use a location, which means you can use these symbols that are on here, these varying different symbols, and each symbol lets you do something different. So you can do one of those things. You can, and there should have been one more. Oh, because I'm playing solo, that's why there's more. And when you're playing solo mode, you get some other options as well. Like, you can do a Ritual of Recovery, which lets you spend a prime point to recover 1 attribute point, which is really great. You can also summon a creature, so if you kill creatures, you get trophies from them. Well, you can also, because you're a hero, avatar, powerful person, can spend the trophy that you get from killing a monster to summon your own monster, who's going to help you do stuff based on your location, which is this deck over here, and we'll get into that. So, those are your 2 actions that you take per turn. Exploration and region options. But region options has sub-actions, exploration has sub-actions. So that's why I said it's 2 actions, but it's not. After you finish that, you then go into the camp phase. So the camp phase has some stuff that we'll run through, like recover 1 attribute of the Dawnstone that's in your Thymor. So if right now Vigor is in there. So if Vigor's in there and I'm down to 3, on the camp phase, I get to recover 1 Vigor. When this turns, then I'll turn it to this one, to Will. If Will is in there and I'm down and I've only used 1, then at the camp phase, I can raise Will by 1. Not all attributes, just the attribute of the Dawnstone that is facing your Thymor. Okay? I promise you this game's fun. I just have to explain this because if I don't explain this, it's going to get really confusing when I get into it, and I'll just start doing stuff and you're like, what the hell are you doing? After you finish that, you come up to the final phase, which is called the Nyx phase. And the Nyx phase, if you're playing a campaign, the campaign scenario, specific scenario, tells you what to do for the Nyx phase. If you're playing a game that's not a campaign and you're just doing a free-flowing game, there's basically you spread Merc, and then you deal with whatever's going on for that Nyx phase. And it's called the Terra, and there's a thing that's on here for it as well. So you get these cards that help walk you through what it is. This game has a lot of symbols. Not as much as Malhia. No, God, no. But it does have symbols, but they do have a symbol chart that goes through that kind of breaks everything down for you. There's also an index because the developer is amazing, and table of contents because the developer is amazing. The rulebook the rulebook has everything that you need to play the game. You will not have any questions outside because you can find the answer in the rulebook. It's all over the place, so the rulebook needs work. Okay, so whenever I talk about the rulebook's a little rough, it needs work. Only because it needs to centralize a lot of that stuff. All right, so I've explained the board. So let's talk about, do the sticky tabs come with the game? Hey, what's up, Come On Gamer? What's up? No, it does not. All right, so let's talk about our hero. This is we're gonna get into the real cool stuff and the reason why I really like it. So this is our hero, Dalbor. Dalbor, son of Kukai. So Dalbor starts off, this is his starting attribute, so he has 7 vigor, 5 instinct, and 5 will. So as you can see on here, 7 vigor, 5 instinct, 5 will. So those are his starting stats. So let's break down the anatomy of this card. This is an exploration action, so he can do this. You see that symbol that's on there that shows like the map? That means that can be activated during an exploration action. Right? So as you're moving on the map, that can be activated. So his is recover 2 of any attributes. That's what the tree symbol means. Any attribute whenever you take a tank. So that means that if I were to move into a region, I'll move this a little bit so you can see. If I were to 59 copies left, wow, nice, it's selling. That's great. If I were to move into any region that has a Merc token, one of the region options is to do a binding ritual. If you do a binding ritual, you have 2 options. 1, you can just take 1 taint straight out to remove the Merc completely and gain an offering token. That's your first option. Your second option is that you can pass a hard test. I gotta flip to that, see what I got here for. So you can pass a hard test. There are 3 types of tests: an easy test, a hard test, and an epic test. What does that mean? Well, let's go to the dice, shall we? So, that means that I have to roll these dice. Well, not these dice. I have to roll the dice for the specific test that I'm doing. It's not going to be all of them. It could be one of these, 1 vigor, or 1 instinct, or 1 will, right? But I have to roll these dice, and we'll talk about how that breaks down. If I get the symbol that is of the attribute like vigor, this one's the vigor die, then I get what's called 1 pierce. If I roll the crit symbol, which is this one that looks like this skull with sparks coming out of it, I get 2 pierce. So this is 2 pierce, 1 pierce, and then what you'll see me rolling all day, nothing. An easy test just means I need 1 pierce. A hard test means I need 2 pierces, so either a crit or 2 symbols. An epic test means I need 3 pierce. Now when you roll these dice, you also have to add in the next die when you roll. And that next die sucks, because it will either remove 1 of your pierces, makes you lose 1 point of your attribute, make you lose 2 points of the attribute that you're testing. But it works, it's kind of like the push and pull that it works against you. And we'll get more into dice rolling as we play, because I don't want to inundate you with that until we get to that point where it makes sense. Okay? So those are the attribute tests that you would have to do. So if I want to do a Merc binding ritual, I can either just take the tank straight out, or do a hard test where I need 2 pierce to be able to clear the Merc. If I fail the test, I don't clear the Merc and I still take the tank. If I just take the tank, I clear the Merc and I get an offering. And the offering tokens are these guys. Will we like the results? Roll. I am never going to like the results. Why'd they call it taint? It's taint because it's basically the evil spread, the Merc, that's spreading throughout the land. Almost like gloom. Hint, hint, wink, that is spreading throughout the land that you have to deal with. But you get these offering tokens, and you can use these tokens to do many different things. which you'll see as we go. Anyway, back to Dal. This tank going well. So Dalbor has that ability during the exploration action that if he whenever I take a taint, I can recover 2 attributes, random. He also has this crazy. He also has this right here, which is what happens during the camp phase. So in the camp phase, he'll be able to recover 1 prime, 1 vigor, and 2 other attributes of his choice. So that is his ability during the camp phase. Each character has a different ability. So that's his. All right, cool. Let's move over to the side. So you see this 3, 2, and 1? Those are the types of sagas that he can have with him. So for instance, if he's like, okay, well, I want to go axe heavy and start hacking at a bunch of stuff and just be a complete champion, an epic test for me has been passed, which was waking up this early. Welcome, Dan. Thank you for waking up. I always appreciate you here. So, he can have 3 weapon sagas, or 2 rituals, or 1 ally. So 3 weapons, 2 rituals, 1 ally. He can have those things with him. Those are things that are off to the side. They're like in a pack that he's carrying with him, or on his person that he's using. And he can just have, at max, 3 weapons. He can't have more. So if you have 3 weapons even in your pack and you're like, oh, cool, I found the 4th one, you got to get rid of 1 of them. 2 rituals, which are kind of the spells that go through, and we'll talk about that, or 1 ally that goes along with him. So that is Dalbor's card. Now, here's a cool thing. If you suffer, remember I was telling you about taint and you getting taint on your characters? If you suffer 3 taint, which means vigor's covered, instinct is covered, and will is covered, you actually lose control of yourself and you go into this dark form. And this dark form, oh my gosh, it looks terrible there. Let's see if I can get it up here. Is this. So you flip the card over. This is his regular card. And when he suffers from too much, he flips over to this side. Now, in this side, notice what it's like his power, it's his dark power, evil, like, Saiyan form. But basically, it says that you can't use offerings, you can't use trophies, you can't use feats, and any prime that you use will get you some abilities that you can make use of, and I'll go through that when we go through the Saga cards. And then your camp phase, you can get 4 of any attribute that you're building up. So you just kind of get into that phase. Are you stuck in this phase when you lock? No. As soon as you clear one of these taints by doing something like an exploration action, you'll be able to flip back over to your normal side. So it's not a good thing to be in this on this side, but it's not bad. It's not like, oh my gosh, I'm going to lose the game if I stay in this. However, you are considered cursed, and that's a path that you're considered, and we're going to get into paths when we start talking about this lovely little thing that I figured out what it is. So your path becomes cursed, and then once you clear one, you get to flip back over. But anytime you would take a third, you're back on this side. So it's not great. It's like, what's the advantage of being on there? You get a little bit stronger, but people don't like you as much, and then you get really, really dangerous, and you're cursed. It's those sleeves. Those are evil darkness that tainted board games. 3 shots to the taint will bring the worst out of anybody. I love it. I love it. I thought the Saga card limits only apply to 3 sagas that are active on your character board, but you can exceed the limit in the inactive. You can. And make sure that you understand that one, Andrew. Let me re-explain this. You cannot exceed. You can exceed, basically it's saying how much can you have on the board. But honestly, as you're going through here, I've kind of set it in my mind to not go over it, and I would probably caution you to do the same, that if you're like, oh, well, I'm finding so many different things, you could find and switch them out, but you're not going to be able to use them the way that you want. So that's why I usually just go with the limit of 3, 2, 1, and I can cycle out what I don't want instead of hanging on to things that I do. But each their own. I would just say that's how much you have on your board. So Andrew's right saying that you can only have those sagas on your board as 3, 2, or 1, and you can't have any more. So if you would have 2 allies, you can't have 2 allies on your board because if he can only have 1, you'll only be able to put 1 here. Okay? I'm getting there. So each character comes with a starting feat. And you know it's their starting feat because they got their darn picture on the back. They got their picture on the back, and then you flip it over, and it's their starting feat. So you know it's a feat because that symbol is the feat. Okay? It is the agony of defeat. Look at that. That's a new symbol that's on there. Once again, different symbols. It's because when you're dealing with a challenge, which is combat, or an attribute test, those symbols mean something, right? The one that you saw in his card was the exploration one. This one comes in whenever you're, we'll get into that when we're doing dice rolling, and I'll explain to you what those are. But basically it says, any hero, remove any enemy skull result. So that means if I roll the next die, and I get the skull result, I can use that ability to get rid of it and just say it's not a thing. The skull result means nothing. But it's a one-time burn. You use it, you exhaust the card, and then you have to wait until the camp phase to have the option to bring it back. And I say the option because you don't get all your exhausted cards back. You get 1. Oh, oops, got the bottom. So all cards, like I said, all cards mean stuff. Now here, if you notice this one here, this is the prime. This is the prime symbol right here. So that means I could spend 1 prime to remove the crit result instead. So basically, when I'm resolving dice rolls, I could use this feat ability to, if it's a skull, I can remove the skull. If it's a crit, I can spend 1 prime to remove the crit instead. That's what that's saying. Okay. The heart of the game and the reason why Dominic made an amazing game. These are the Saga. Each character has their own saga, and called a personal saga. This thing confused me for a bit, but I understood it after my brain was able to process it. So each character comes with their own personal saga, as you can see with the image of him on the back of Dalbor. But each saga has one story that you have to one quest, which is the personal side quest that you have to do. Once you do that, you get an option to be able to pick one of 2 things. Then you go on to the second personal side quest, to which if you complete, you get to pick one of 2 things. Then you go on to the third, and then you get to pick one of 2 things. Okay? So this is their personal saga that they have to go on. Your character also gets to choose 2 other, and this is very important because I have to say this properly or else people are going to tear me apart for it. Your character gets to choose 2 other sagas as well to go along with them to start, but only the beginner card that comes with it, which is what you see here and here. And I'll put those up for you to see in a second. The reason why it's only is because your character is only on their personal saga to start. They are not on all 3. They don't have all 3 stories going at the same time. When something in the cards in exploration tells you that you can, I believe it's evolve or progress a saga, you can then either choose to pick a new saga card or ability that you can have, or start the quest for that specific one that you're on. Super confusing. Let's roll it back and take our time. Each character starts with a saga, a side story. The reason why they're doing their personal side story, and the reason why they're doing what they're doing. You shouldn't shuffle those saga cards at all. No, do not shuffle them. Separate them as necessary. But each one comes with this. There is, for his, it's the Oath Renewal, the Kukai Legacy Saga. So there's a little bit of subtext that's on there that says,
The barrens are your home, the wild animals are your prey. You strive to avoid the path that fate has in store for you, searching for challenges among the ruins. Or is it death itself you seek? Then you get to the first part of your personal saga side quest, which is it says Sunder is Bleach. That is the location I have to travel to complete my saga. Okay? Very important. That is the location I have to travel to complete my saga. And Sunder's Bleach is right here. It's up here. Also, to complete my saga, I need to put to when I get the Sunder's Bleach, Sunder's Bleach, I need to contribute a forest exploration token, a mountain exploration token, and a ruins exploration token. And you find those by going to those different regions and completing the exploration card. But once I have those 3 tokens, I then go to Sunder's Bleach, and I use a region action to commit to that saga, and then I complete that portion of that saga. Then it goes down, then there's some subtext, and then underneath there's the next part of the saga, which is called, where I have to go to Vatra's Flame. And it's covered up by this card, but Vatra's Flame is on the board. When I go to Vatra's Flame, I have to spend 1 will and 1 offering, and then I get to choose how I want to resolve this book 1 of my personal saga. I can either get the ability Heir to the Mound, or I could get Storm Descendant. Yes, grow your saga. That is correct. You can grow it. Now here's the important part. If I choose Heir to the Mound, I get this path that's called Exalted. If I choose Storm Descendant, I get this path that's called Heroic. You take these paths, and you grab this path board, and you stick it to the one that you choose. So if I choose Heir to the Mound, I put it like this, and now I have this keyword Exalted. So now my path, I'm considered Exalted, and if I travel or explore along any of these, some cards might say, if you're Exalted, this happens. If you're Heroic, this happens. If you're Cursed, this happens. So there's very specific terminology on the card that lets you know if you are at that point, you then get to, because you have that path, you then get that benefit or negative impact or whatever it is that you have. You can only have 3 paths set at a time, which means you're just stacking them on top of each other, and you're doing the first in, first out thing. So you would stack Exalted, then the next one comes in, you put it on Exalted, the next one comes in, you put it under Exalted. Then the next one comes in, you put that under the one that's under Exalted. And when another one comes in, Exalted would actually be removed, and then you would just have those 3 that's there. So you can only have 3 paths. So for instance, I don't want to flip those over because I don't want to ruin it for y'all. So let's say, and I'll do these 3 as an example. I've got Exalted. Then the next one comes in, I would put that, and then Exalted will be here. And then the next one comes in, I put Exalted, I put that one there. As soon as the next one comes in, Exalted is removed out, and this one comes in, because you can only have 3 paths that are there at the same time. So you're just kind of cycling them in and out. You were using them as card dividers? Yeah, they're covers for your paths. That's what they're for. Okay? So I'll put that there because we're going to do that. Now, the first card that came with my saga, and every single one that comes with, it'll come like this. They'll show a book, then 2 then 2 with a book, then 2, then 3 with a book. Every single one of these cards that have 3 sagas in them, 3 chapters of a saga in them, they are the personal one. That's just to keep that in mind. There are a ton of saga cards, and this is where the replayability comes in. There are a lot of them, but each one also comes with a starting item that you get for that saga. So, and it has the different symbol of what this is. Like, for instance, this bow is a weapon, right? So there's that weapon, then there's 1, 2, and that's it. Then there's a shield where you get a starting weapon, 1, 2, and then that's it, right? And it moves on to the next. So there's a lot that's in this game in terms of what you can pick for weapons. They have stuff that are rituals that have those same things that you can explore on. And there are allies that you have, and I put those somewhere that I can't remember because I'm not using a lot of them. So there are even allies that you can use for this. Okay, so you get this starter item that's on here, and for him, for his personal saga, he has the starter item, which is called Oathbearer. Oathbearer. You can tell that it's the starter item for that saga because look, the first thing that on there is the picture of the book, and it says which saga it's for. The Kunikai Legacy, which is what you saw on his saga card that was right here. Back there. So, let's break down this card. So it says, you may spend your offering as any type of shield. Shielding stops you from taking attribute damage, right? So you don't have health, you have attribute damage that you take. There's not health. Hey, Cynthia, welcome back. This is like setting up Maracaibo. It's, like I said, I'm explaining a lot because I want y'all to understand how this works. I haven't even gotten into gameplay because this is just character setup. But when I get into gameplay, you'll see how all this ties together. So stick with me. I promise you it's worth it. I promise you. So, as a combat action, you could spend one offering as any type of shield. So I can get, and different shields attack. When we talk about enemies, when enemies attack you, they attack different attributes on you. Well, spending one offering here will say that I can create a, I can make a shield to block one of those attacks that would hit my attribute. And we'll see that when we get into enemy combat. If the bottom ability that's down here says that's what happens when I roll my dice. So when I roll my dice, if I get a crit of any type, that's what that is, or else it would have a color on it, which I'll show you from Merc Binder. I call it Merc Drinker. Merc Binder. That one has a specific attribute, but this one says if I roll any, right, any crit, I can, instead of using that crit on the enemy, I can, or on the test, I can actually use it to gain one vigor token or one willpower token, which means I could use that. I can basically build it out, right? So instead of getting 2, I get 1 and 1. And I know it doesn't make sense, but it will. This lets you know that it is a ritual. That's the type of card this is. It's a ritual. This is the type of dice that you can get. This is a blue die, which is a willpower die. And if I pay to get this die, I automatically get a blue shield with it. Lots of nuance, right? What I was telling you. So that is for combat. That the shield only works in combat, not in attribute test. So that's there. So that is the starting item that I have as the Oathbearer that Dalbor's doing for his personal saga. And then you just flip the first card over that says that's what you have to complete to grow your, as Andrew is saying, to grow your saga. These are the things I have to do. Both of these they're called basic sagas, right? So this is your personal, these are basic. Each basic saga does have, and I have her there for a reason. Each basic saga does have their own set of saga cards with the symbols on them that you have, but they are not active. They are not active sagas. They're not stuff. You have to be, once a card tells you to grow a saga, you can then start the saga for a specific one. But until it tells you to do that, you just have the base ability, you just don't know. And I have 3 on here for a reason. We'll explain that in a little bit. So you just put those all in a pile above your board. The next one that I have, I told you this will be long. The next one that I have is called Merc Binder, and sorry for the see-through, there's a lot of green. But the thing that you care about is Merc Binder is part of the Acts of Merc Saga. When I'm resolving a roll in a region with Merc, trigger your crit effect any number of times. Yeah, I did work that out on BGG. I had a lot of, like Andrew, you have no idea. I was like, do we do all of them? But Powell, on BGG, I was on the forums writing messages, and everybody's been amazing. Andrew's amazing, Powell's amazing, Dominic. Everyone was able to answer my questions really well. So when we're resolving a check, I can say in a region with Merc. So if I'm in a region with Merc, I can trigger your crit effects any number of times. Any number of times. OP. I just gotta roll a crit. Now notice this red here. So this says if I crit Vigor. Remember the other one was if I roll a crit on anything? This one was if I crit Vigor, I can spend that crit to gain 1 Vigor and 1 Will runes. Those runes are what you do to complete an attribute test or complete a challenge. This is a weapon type card, and if I spend 1 Vigor, I get a red die, and this symbol up here says that when I roll the dice, I can re-roll my red die. So it's not I can re-roll all dice, I can re-roll a red die. That's what that means. So that's Merc Drinker. Now, if you go through the base setup of the game, it tells you to get the bow called Flash for his ability. I don't like it. Flash annoyed me. Even the DC superhero at times. You have to roll a crit, so no effect for you. So instead of picking up, I got Svara's weapon, which is called Quarrel. This is where the game is cool. Notice I was able to just pick up a different weapon. Even though it said, well, start off with Flash and use that, I don't have to. You don't have to start off with any character's personal saga. You don't have to start off with any character's, with any recommended or first-time play saga. You can mix and match however you want on this game, and that's why I really love it. Dalbor didn't have to do the Kukai Legacy Saga. He didn't have to do it at all. I'm just doing it because this is the first play that you're seeing me doing, and I want to walk through not to make that complicated. You can grab any player's personal saga and take it as your own. You can grab any player's any of the other basic sagas and take one of them as your own. Doesn't matter. You can mix and match and find the different combinations and just play to your heart's content however you feel. So because I didn't like Flash, I grabbed Quarrel. Quarrel is part of the Pre-Plat's Blade Saga. It is a weapon. When I'm building the dice pool, I could spend 1 instinct to turn an instinct token into a Vigor token. So basically, I could spend 1 instinct to say if I roll an instinct die and I get an instinct, like the eye symbol, which is this. Sorry, this. I could spend 1 instinct on my board to turn this into this. That's what that means. If I get a green crit, because you can see right through it, I gain either a vigor and either I gain a vigor and an instinct, or I gain a will rune. So how this can work? Let's see how this combination can work. Let's say I'm fighting a monster that requires 3 vigor, but I only have one. I only have my 1 red die, 1 vigor die, and I got 1 instinct die. So I pay those 2. I roll it. I get a crit on the instinct die, and I get the vigor symbol on there. So I've got 2. Well, because I got the crit, I'm gonna get this ability to get this vigor and this instinct, and then I'm gonna use my ability to spend 1 instinct to turn that instinct into a vigor, getting 3. So you see, there's a lot of strategy in how you want to be able to make this thing work. So you want the abilities that'll best work for you. Starting off playing, make sure, I would probably say it would be best if you make sure that you have a blue, a willpower die, a vigor die, and an instinct die. But as you keep playing and getting better, you will find different combinations that let you have 1 specific die, but because of those die rolls, you can break those off into different things that you need, right? That's where I say it's a sandbox one, where however you want to build your character is however you want to build your character. You can try to find the best combination to build these things out. You can try to find the best combinations to set these things up, but however you do it, it will, you'll be able to engineer your character the best way that you know how. So let's move this card out of the way because I want to explain that. So basically, you start off with a feat for your character. It's a feat that comes with the character. You just get it, right? Feats come with character. That's the one sure shot thing. You start off with your personal saga, which gives you a card here. Then you have 2 other slots, and that's what these 3 slots are, and that's what Andrew was talking about. At any time, you can only have these 3 slots are your active slots, right? So these are the 3 things that you have active presently. However, in your inventory, you can have, I don't know, this whole deck that's in your inventory. You can have that deck. But these are inactive until you equip them. And there are different phases of the game where you can say, okay, well, this is a really instinct heavy test. I probably don't need Merc Drinker, but I've got Flash. So I'm going to instead de-equip Merc Binder. I keep calling it Merc Drinker. Merc Binder, and put Flash in so that then I can use that to do combat. So you can actually equip different weapons that you have on your character. Why do I have this card and putting it right here? She is an ally. She is a wonderful, wonderful ally, and she's an ally because she's got the ally symbol, which is that wolf head that's there. So she is an ally. I put her in my inventory, active on the board because when you play solo mode, it says solo mode can be played as Zerywia can be played as a solo game. In order to adjust the gameplay for a solo play, which is what we're going to do today, the options and variants below should be applied. Number 1, at the start of the game, take an additional basic Saga card of the player's choice. So instead of having 3, I've got 4. Now she is on the side. She is not active, but she is there, and I can pull her in if I need to, right? So I get to take another one, which is this card, which she is the Merc Shade, which is this one. This is her, and she has the Merc Shadow Saga as camping phase. I could spend 1 will to recover 1 vigor, 1 instinct. I could spend 1 prime to recover 2 vigor or 2 instinct. And she is an ally, that's that wolf symbol, and every single time I use her, I get a vigor die. That's what that plus symbol's for. You get a vigor die. So I get an extra vigor die. But that's why she's there. Okay, so that's the board. I've explained the board to you. I've explained the character board. Yay! It's a lot. I tell you, it's a lot, but I explain it and I break it down in detail so that when you go to play this, you're not being like, okay, well, what's this for? Well, what's that again? Well, what's this for? Because I've done that for you. I've lived that life, so you don't have to. When you also play, there are the 4 gods of the land. If you get the expansion, you get 4 more that you get to put in there. But we're not going to play with that expansion. We're just playing with the base game. So you get you have 4 of the different gods locations that give you an ability. So I'm going to put her over here because my other abilities are here. So when you start off, you get to choose which god you're kind of the avatar for, whose favor that you have. So you just take these, blindly shuffle them. Blindly shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. I grow a saga. I always have to remember that because my brain keeps shutting off on it. Hold on. Okay, so then we'll shuffle this. And every time I played this game 4 times. 4 times. In those 4 times, I draw the exact same god card. It doesn't matter. And I bet you this is going to be the same one as well. You ready? Oh, it's different. This is the first time I got a different one. It has always been this one. Always. You share Yesha's mark. But anyway, you draw this one. throw it out. And this is the god's favor that you have, which is Ruvit's Mark. It is a feat that you have, and it says on dice resolution, any hero reroll 1 vigor and gain a shield connected to the Dawn Stone of your current Thymor. Remember, we talked about Dawn Stones. As an in the exploration phase, chosen Thymor. Oh, that's where I'm starting. Basically, this says this is where I'm starting on the map. So my chosen Thymor is Rani territory. So basically, what I would do at that point, which is the day one, I would look on this map at the corner, as you can see here, the different corners, and find the one with the day, which is this one here. So that's where my starting location is. So basically, I take my character, I painted Minnie, right? And I get to place them on any region within this, on any sorry. Brain shut off. Any settlement region within this Thymor. So I'm gonna put him right here at Rasabroad. That's where he will be. That's where he will start. I'm still confused about the other ally Dalbor has, Yistoy's Rage. Does he start with that as well? Yistoy's Rage. Where do you see Yistoy's Rage? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Because I get all the allies. This is what happens. You drop cards. He doesn't start with Yistoy's Rage. He starts with Oath. He starts with Oathbearer. That is his starting personal saga. He gets to choose. You get to choose 2, and if you look in the book, just to begin, this is 6 symbols. Oh, I didn't put this one because I figured that out. That's fine. Here. So if you're development obtaining of new sagas, if you start off with Dalbor Saga, you say this is the one that he's going to pick. You set that as their personal saga, and that becomes it. Afterwards, you then select 2 other sagas cards to pick up, which I picked Merkbinder and Quarrel. Yestri's Rage is not one of those ones that is required, so you don't have to pick that one up. The other ally Dalbor has, which is Merkshade, because I am a solo player, in the book on page, and actually I have the PDF, so I don't have to do that. I have the PDFs for you. The developer, he was able to send me the PDFs, so I can share those with you all. So here's the PDF, and we'll go all the way to the bottom, and then scroll up to scenario. Where's solo mode? Input in there. Start pause Oblivion. Oh, he added more to this one. This is an updated game variants. Here it is, solo mode. So solo mode, which is here, says we're coming with this different solo mode, but up here it says at the start of the game, take an additional basic saga card, which is the player's choice. That is why I picked up the Merkshade, because it's an additional basic. She is a basic ally that I can make, that I can choose to be my own. That's why she is there. Gotcha, must just be for variety. Svara has a couple allies as well, but you must not start with all of them. Svara has Korra and Fiery Hunter. Yeah. With this one, you don't have to. It's part of the variety, but they're not saying that you have to, right? And if you're wondering, okay, well, how should I build these decks? Down here it says basic saga sets. So I'm using Dalbor. It's saying Dalbor should get Oathbearer, Flash, and Merkbinder as the starting 3. She's so basic. So if you want to build them out, that's there for you to see as well. Okay, cool. Where was I? I was doing something. Oh yeah, I start here. So because of the god's favor that I'm having, that god's favor says which territory I start. You don't get to pick. Because of your god, the god that whose favor that you have, you get to start in that Thymor. So I start there, which you get to start this however you want. You can pick however you want, and you can be as strategic as you want about it. He's of many colors. He does a lot of vigor. So I'm probably going to start it like that. Okay, so very thing to consider. There's a lot to go through on this map. Here, and I know I can't do the zoom like all the popular content creators can do just yet. I'm still learning, I'm still growing, so be patient. There's a symbol here of an anchor, also here, 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 and here. Each Thymor has 2 anchor points. What those anchors mean is they are places where you can sail. So as part of your exploration action, if you're at a place with an anchor, you can actually travel to any other Thymor with an anchor. So, for instance, this one has an anchor. If I travel from Ras Abroad using my exploration action, I would move from here to here. And then I deal with whatever's going on here. But that's how you move between Thymors, or at these anchor points, right? Those are where the naval yards are that you can sail and move about. Each one has different symbols, but they all kind of match up. They have different region symbols, right? But they all align. It's not like, okay, well, you jumble and you have more of one region symbol than another. All of them have the same amount, but they're spread out differently. Each of them has different types of areas that you can go to, like ruins, settlements, forests, mountains, and each one of them will have a different go to where the evil looking skulls are. Well, the evil looking skulls that are on here are called threats. Those are the enemy deck. I'm gonna get to them in a second. So as you move throughout, and exploration, when it says move, you can move 1, but there are cards that let you move more than 1. I just didn't pick it up. So you would move from one area in the Thymor to another that's separated by the dashes, the region. Well, not the regions, the areas. This is a Thymor. There are regions that have abilities, which are what these are regions. And then you do region options within those based on the symbols that's picked. Lots of different stuff. So that's kind of a Thymor broken down. It's not complicated. It's very straightforward. There's Merc that's happening in them, and I have them pre-set up because I know you don't want me watch me set that up, but we'll walk through the scenario setup of Path of the Chosen so you can see why it's set up this way. If you do an exploration and you land into an area with a skull, you then have to come over and you face a threat immediately. You don't get to do anything else. Do not pass go. Do not collect $2,000, $200. I haven't played Monopoly in a while. But you draw a threat, which means you come to the threat deck and you draw a threat. And I'm going to find a threat that's not green. Every one of these. Oh, here we go. Perfect. And I'll shuffle this deck. You know I shuffle for shenanigans. You draw a threat card and you face that threat. Let's talk about. Oh my god. Really? Okay, fine. What about you? Oh, it's a mess. Okay. But the symbols that I care about are on there, so I apologize for the green fade through. The symbols on there that I care about are on. So this is the Striga. And you're going to fight that Striga. This is its type, which is a fiend. So it's a fiend. That's its type. This is, if it's in an area with Merc, which is the symbol here. God, bad. See if I can make it fit. Okay. I am struggling with this one. The bar gas looks like a mess too, doesn't it? Yeah, that one's a mess too. Ugh. I am so sorry. I am sorry for what you're witnessing here. Yes, the explanation of this game is really good. So this is a fiend, and I'll explain what that means when we get to game setup. It's a Striga. It's Grimer Cursed. It has an ambush effect, which ambush means it takes effect before you start the challenge. Spend 2 instinct to be able to re-roll your dice in this challenge instead of 1. That sucks. If it is in a region with Merc, it gets a shield. That's what this symbol means. This symbol means if it's in the region with this symbol,
That's damage. Damage. Here we go. Oh, that's even worse. I'm just gonna hold it up here because that's gonna drive me crazy. That's gonna drive. It's just the green, green screens and green. Everyone's making their cards out of green now. So if this card, this short, if it's in a forest, it gets a shield. So that's the way it's able to buff itself to be able to fight you. It's in its home territory. This one says as if it's in an area with Merc, it gets a shield. So let's go back to the horrible, horrible thing that I have to deal with here. I'm so sorry. But the things that are shown are what's important, okay? So this is the ambush ability that it has. Right here, this is how much trophies. My brain. How much trophies you get if you beat it. So this is your reward. So I get 2 trophies if I beat it. This is what I have to beat it with, which is 2 greens. That's why it's see-through. So I have to get 2 instinct at the end, at the resolution phase of the challenge. I have to have 2 instinct left, and that's how I beat it. When I roll the next die, if I roll a skull, I will then get damaged for 1 vigor and 1 instinct. If I roll the Merc token, I get damaged for 1 willpower, which means if I get hit by that, so let's say I roll this die, and oh, that's even worse. So let's say I roll this die and I got this crit symbol. Beautiful. And I'll explain what happens when you roll that too. Let's say this crit symbol was a skull. If it was a skull, I would take 1 vigor and 1 instinct attribute damage. So I would tick them down. If this goes down all the way to 1 and I take another damage, so let's say I'm here and here, and it says, okay, I roll a skull, and I'm not able to block any of it, I'll take 1 vigor, and instead of taking 1 attribute damage because I'm at the bottom, I actually... Ooh, wrong die. I gotta flip that. I actually become injured. And then every single time I get injured, this starts ticking down and down and down, limiting my ability until that's all I got. And that's all I got. So, and if I roll a Merc die, the Merc symbol, I get that. If I roll this die, which I just did, I have to drop off soon, but can't wait to finish later. This is the single best explanation of the game to date. Oh, no problem, Andrew, no problem. So if I roll this this crit symbol, I suffer the skull symbol twice. It's a crit that it got on me, so therefore, let's start over from here. I roll this crit symbol. I would suffer 2 vigor and 2 insight damage, attribute damage. Ouch, ouch. So crits hurt. Crits hurt a lot. Crits hurt a lot. And that's what the enemy card breaks down to. There are different types of enemies. That's what the symbols with fiends and all that. But even the different types of enemies, and the reasons why you see 2 enemy decks here is there is the starting enemy deck, which is this one, and I'll shuffle it, right? You'll see me shuffle it when that time comes. And then there is the Feed the Breed deck. This contains elite enemies. This contains strong, very strong enemies to fight that has very strong effects. It's called Feed the Breed. And what that means is if you shuffle this deck, you put it at the top of this one. I go to fight this creature. Hey, look, I pulled another one, which is a Merc Witch. Will this show up? It's better. It's better. Which is a Merc Witch. So on this Merc Witch, it says, okay, her aura, which is an ongoing effect, you must spend 1 willpower for each ritual you want to use in this challenge. So basically, I have 1 ritual and 2 weapons. So therefore, if I wanted to use that 1 ritual, which is this one, instead of spending 1 willpower, I would have to spend another one to be able to use it in this effect. And it's ongoing throughout the entire challenge. So I need 2 willpower to be able to beat her. If I roll a skull, she'll hit me for instinct and willpower damage. If I roll a Merc symbol, she drops a Merc in my location. If a Merc is already in my location, she turns it into a Merc Griff, which we'll get to.
So that's what happens with that. If she starts in an area with Merc, she gets a shield. Now let's say I'm rolling my dice. I do my challenge test, and I fail. I don't get 2 willpower on two blue symbols or flame symbols or whatever on my die to be able to do anything. What happens? Immediately after that, combat's done. You take the damage that you take. This is a one and done thing. You then take her card, shuffle it back into the threat deck, and then you feed the breed, which means you then grab the top card from here and shuffle it into there as well, which means the threat deck becomes more and more difficult as you play. Okay? So losing threat is not life-threatening. However, it is because it's making the threats harder to fight. All right. Huh. Be gone, fiend. Okay. Merc, because we started talking about it. The Merc that's in the area, the Merc gives it causes a lot of problems. It causes a lot of problems because if I'm fighting a threat that's in Merc, you already have to use 1 Nyx die. If you're going to face a threat or face an attribute challenge in a place with Merc, you add another one. Oh, and they stack. You can add another one. So it all depends on where you are when you're dealing with it. If you're in a place with Merc and you have to add another Merc to that location, it flips to become a Merc Rift. And I gotta go to that to tell you what that looks like. And there's incursions, but I don't want to get into all that just yet, because we won't face any incursions in this one. Merc. Oh no, that's an action. So here it is, Merc. So when something turns into a Merc Rift, all challenges and tests receive an additional Nyx die, just like with regular Merc. An enemy in a Merc Rift becomes what's called defiled. When it becomes defiled, it gets really, really hard to beat. So Merc Rifts suck. Leaving the region, a hero must take a taint even if they have one already. So that means if I'm in a region with Merc, I suffer its effects. If I'm going to leave the region, I got to take a taint. That happens with regular Merc and Merc Rift. So spreading the Merc in the region with a Merc Rift results in the effect occurred in an adjacent region instead. The hero chooses the region. So if you have to spread Merc with a Merc Rift, you can spread out here, out here, out here. Not fun. Removing the Merc Rift, you have to remove the Merc Rift, to close it, you have to encounter a random enemy. After defeating the enemy, you have to then do a hard will test or take a taint. And then you reward 1 offering token. Failure in the fight or test, you take a taint, which is regular. So it's just harder to remove. If this one I want to remove it, I just have to take a taint. If this one, if I want to remove it, I have to fight an enemy, then do the regular Merc Binding ritual. So it's fighting an enemy to shrink it, and then to do that. So switching it to a Merc Rift makes things more complicated to get rid of it. It's kind of a little bit more permanent thing that happens in the region. We went through a lot of stuff. Okay, region. So as we get to different exploration actions, for instance, my first action, of course, is to move and then explore the area that I'm in. So let's go to an area let's say the Creeping Marsh. It's a forest, it's a ruin, right? So I take my first action to move to this location. I then will pull a card from the region that I'm in. For this one, it's either a ruin or a forest, so I pick which one I want to do. Draw that card, resolve its effect, and then if I am successful in resolving its effect, I get the corresponding card's token, which can go towards my saga. Okay, we're ready to dive into this. Y'all have listened to me talk for an hour. I've talked for an hour and haven't played a single thing because I have to show y'all base setup. Now, we're going to get into it. This is the item deck. We'll talk about it when that time comes. So let's go ahead and get started. Oh, after an hour. Heroes of Zerywia. This is Dalbor, a child found by a witch. It wasn't supposed to survive, had no chance to resist the cursed fog in which it had been abandoned. And yet the hungry Merc did not monstrify the boy, bring me the boy, granting him strength instead. He would soon find his heritage and embark on a journey. So that is his kind of intro opening of how he was found. We're starting off. I'm going to set the Sventavid to this location here, and we're starting off in Rasabroad. 75 minutes of explanation. Now all that explanation, watch it coalesce into very quick gameplay. There's a lot of nuance. Okay, so we started off in this area over here, and to do our Oath of Renewal, here's that one more again. Do our Oath of Renewal, we need to go to Sunder's Bleach to be able to complete it. We need a forest, a mountain, and a ruin token to commit to that to be able to do it. So we need to make it over here to Sunder's Bleach to be able to do that, and we need those symbols. Cool. Well, let's go into our scenario. I don't need to show that. I got the PDF. I got the PDF of the scenario for y'all. Boop. Okay, so let's go. This is how to use the book, how to do stuff, and we're getting into Path of the Chosen. So Path of the Chosen, these are the evil heralds that you have to fight in different scenarios, and I plan to play all of them. But this is where it starts. So it says, word has spread through the Murkrifts of the Thymor's Chosen, who shall bring death to the heralds of oblivion. No one is safe, especially those who dare to openly oppose the Dark Mother Nyx. The Path of the Chosen is an introductory mini scenario which should be treated as a tutorial. So it's a tutorial. I want to teach y'all how to play it. We're going to go through it. So gameplay prep. Follow the setup instructions in the rulebook. See page 14. Thank you so much for adding the C page in here. Special rules for this scenario are below. So if we go here and we go to page 14, I hate pressing stuff because it causes issues. It says to set up, you choose your hero, which Dalbor is our hero. You set the lands of Zerywia, which we did. You prepare the decks, which I did, right? I prepared the enemy deck, which kind of talks about it a little bit with some imagery, which is good. This symbol here, this is what threw me, and I had to do some different ways to learn how to play this, but it might be easy for you to pick up. And you set up the creature decks, you separate the basic sagas, you pick all that stuff, you do all that setup, you shuffle the exploration decks. We're gonna do all that. So you do all of that, and then you switch back, and it says, all right, for each personal saga, take the corresponding saga deck and begin their story. I picked Dalbor's, you saw me pick it. Ta-da. All right, so preparing the lens of Zerywia. In this scenario, hero's starting region is the cradle. The cradle is this area over here. So my starting region isn't here, even though I got that card. I need to find the proper starting region. Boom. Nope. Is that Lehia's domain? Yes, it is. Lehi's domain. Oh, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. Sorry. I'm screwing up. I need to chill out. I start in the cradle of wherever this is, and the cradle symbols are these symbols that are here. This is a cradle. That's the reason why it says I start in the cradle, because somebody was probably about to just yell at me and be like, no, you're doing right, you don't mess it up. So you find this symbol, which is a cradle, and that's where I'm going to start, which I was going to start there anyway. Rest abroad. So I start in a cradle. Are there any heralds in this one? Nope, this is just a tutorial that teaches you how to do the basics of the game before you start fighting people, fighting gods. So there's no heralds in this one. And make this a little bigger for people who want to see. Okay, so no heralds in this one. Merc. Add 1 Merc token to each one of these region symbols, which is what you see that I've done here. Each one of those Mercs that you see about, those are the symbols that I added them to. Simple enough. Everything is going to kill me, Yogi. Then add 1 threat token to each settlement regions and those regions without any special symbols. So as you can see, this doesn't have a special symbol, but this has a settlement. So every place I've added threat matches those, either a settlement or a symbol without, or a region without a symbol. Cool. Preparing the decks. Enemy and breed decks only use fiends, scorned, drowners, rot fiends, and appears, which is part of the rule book. Thank you so much for adding that to this scenario book. I love it so much. So that will build out the threat deck, which is this, and then you shuffle it. Everything is going to kill me. The first time I played the game, I won, but I knew I played it wrong. The second time I played the game, I won. I missed 2 rules. The third time I played the game, I lost, and I played it right. And then the fourth time I played the game, I won, and I played it right. So, we'll shuffle these up. All right, so there we go. So that is the threat deck. Then we have everything else that is the Feed the Breed deck. And if you want to know what goes into these decks and how you build these decks out, Dominic has it, but I'll tell you this. Take out all the ones, and I'll tell you how to just do it this is super quick how to do it. Look at the back, look at the trophy. Take out all the ones that have gold in the trophy. And you're going to be like, how do you know it has gold? I'm going to tell you, this is not the best way that they did it. I want them to reprint these cards and make the whole damn thing gold. The reason being is, and I need to zoom up here for you to see this. See that? There's gold flecks right there, and right there. It lets you know it's an elite creature. See the gold flecks? Oh, wait. That's a gold one too. Let me find one that doesn't have gold in it. This doesn't have gold in it. But this one does. It's very minute and very, so now on camera you will roll perfectly and suffer glory's defeat. So it's very hard to tell, but take out all the ones with the gold flecks on it. That's going to be in the Feed the Breed deck. Also, you'll find that that there are, oh, that's an elite. That's this one. You'll find that there are cards that are double card images, right? There's like a Barghast. There should be 2 Stragas. There are 2 Stragas in here. Striga. Take one, put it in the Feed the Breed deck. Take the other, put it in the regular deck. That's it. If there's 2 of them, split them up to Feed the Breed and regular threat deck. If it's gold, put it in the Feed the Breed deck. Otherwise, it goes in the threat deck. That's how you do it. Super simple, barely an inconvenience. Those who don't have the game are like, what the hell are you talking about? Those who do will be like, oh, okay. So you shuffle those up, put them there. For the scope of this game, I'm gonna take out the heroes. And yes, your heroes can succumb to the Merc, and you have to fight them, which sucks. Find your character's evil Feed the Breed card. Take it out of the game, because you can't fight yourself. Well, you could, but why would you want to? Fine. I'm just taking out the expansion people, that's all. The other it's basically saying that the other characters have fallen prey. Scorned legend. Dread, Scorned, you're in. That's the other one. Dread. Yep, got them all. So basically what it's saying is that these other characters have fallen to the Merc and fallen to Nyx. You are the only hero that's left, so therefore you have to fight. And if you play more than one player, you just take the other characters out. I'm not going to play with the... I'm playing with the base game heroes, not the other one, as part of the Feed the Breed. I can't tell the difference. I know. There's gold flecks on it. I had to like use my magnifying glass to find it because I'm old and blind. Anyway, take out in the feed the breed deck as you're building it. Take out your character's dread card, but leave the other character's dread cards in there. So, for instance, if you're playing 2-player and you're playing with Dalbor and Savara, take both of those out of the feed the breed deck and put the rest in there because they fell to the Merc, they fell to Nyx, and therefore they are now evil. So you might have to fight the heroes. Another cool thing of the game. Alright, so we do that. Exploration deck. Basic sets without symbols and Zerwian tails. Shuffle into one deck. So basically, you're going to grab these decks, which comes with, oh yes, variety, because there is more in here. And you're going to take out every one that has a symbol on the side here. And just do basic decks which don't have any symbols whatsoever. You take those out. So it says basic set without symbols and Zerwian tails. So you get those two, and Zerwian tails, if you scroll up here, it has the symbols. So there's the Zerwian tail symbol. So if it has that symbol, that's what it. Okay? So you do that, and then you shuffle these decks for variety. Shuffle them up. Probably might do another quick shuffle once I get into a region for each one that I'm going to do something for. Okay. Shuffle this up. It's very hard to tell the difference on those, and let's see if I can make it. Nope, that does not help at all. So let me hold this up as close as I can so you can see. See, there's gold in there. It's not well done. I think that there needs to be, you just need to make the whole token gold to point out an elite. Okay. So we shuffled those up. We've got it all set. Then it says your scenario goals. To complete the scenario, each hero must complete the goals from their first story card of their personal saga. Which means I have to complete this Oath Renewal card. Also, remove the threat from the Stronghold region and remove the Merc from the Exus Temple region. All 3 tasks have to be completed in their Birth Tymor according to the Mark of Tymor card. This is my Mark of Tymor card. So that means that I need to go... Ronnie's territory is here. Oh, it's where I started. So I need to basically clear to win. If gold was easy to find, it wouldn't be as valued. That's true. So I need to clear the settlement and the Exus temples. So the settlement needs to be cleared of Merc and threat. And the settlement here, so this is a settlement, that needs to be cleared. The Exus Temple needs to be cleared of Merc. So there is one... You're kind of part of my region. Any more settlements? That's the only settlement. So I need to clear the threat from the settlement. And I need to clear the Merc from Vid's Tangle. And then advance my stuff to be able to do it. So that basically you're like, well, huh? What do you mean? So how to win? I have to complete the first book of my personal saga. I have to complete it. Then I need to, this is my Birth Tymor because that's where my favor came from. I need to clear this threat and that Merc. And I win. That's my win objective. Time limit. The monolith ritual completion is 7 Blackstones. This is a thing I didn't explain. This area here is Oblivion. The Isle of Oblivion, where Nyx is trying to force her way into this world. On this, there's these little cracks that are on here. Here, 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 here. here, here, and here. Those count as, that is my countdown timer. So basically when I have 7 black stones on this isle, that's every round. I have 7 rounds, getting some Mage Knight vibes. I have 7 rounds to complete this, or else I lose the tutorial. That's what that means. The next phase. During the next phase, each hero takes 1 Merc token and places it in a chosen region of their current Thymor. So if I'm in this Thymor, on the next phase, I do whatever the next phase does, and then I have to place a Merc token anywhere in this Thymor, in the Thymor that I'm currently in. Scenario summary. When the last black stone is placed, the scenario ends. If the players wish to continue the game, they should keep their heroes along with the gain cards and tokens and continue to prepare the first scenario of Ugmor's mass campaign. If you complete the scenario, you can continue the game or move on to the first campaign scenario, Ugmor's mass. And so they venture into the unknown through the fumes of the Merc, the Chosen of Thymor, Markwith, Spentavid's, Exis, the heroes. So, let's get into some gameplay so we can walk through a turn. Now you're going to see a turn playthrough. So I start here in a cradle symbol. This is where I begin. I start with my turn cube on the camp phase. That doesn't mean I'm in camp, but that's where it begins. I make sure that I'm at 7, 5, and 5, and these are set here to kind of say those block you. You cannot get more. That's why these are here. I can never get 8. I can never move this up past 5, ever. I cannot. So this is all I'm dealing with. Alright. So I've got my Saga, Oath of Renewal. I need to be at Sunder's Bleach to be able to complete the first part of this, and then Vatra's Flame to be able to complete the second part of this. Cool. Cool. So, what do I need? I need Forest, Mountain, and Ruins. Okay. There's a forest here with a threat. Y'all would love to see me fight something. But I'm not just yet. So what I'm going to do, there's a forest and ruins here as well. So what I'm going to do is for my first action at dawn, I am going to take an explore action where I will move from this to here. That's my first action. My first action of the day, of my 2 actions, to take the exploration, and then I have to draw either a forest or a ruins card. I think I'm gonna go ruin because it's in a location that has the forest or ruins symbol. You get to choose. I'm gonna shuffle these again, just to shuffle. I had to end up using different card sleeves for this, and to be honest, Ultra Pro is the best card sleeves I've ever used. I got Sleeve Kings, and I hate them. I hate them so much. Ultra Pro, the way to go. Alright, so we shuffle this up. Shuffle. Okay, and then we're going to pull first card. Anatomy of the card. So, interesting things to see, isn't it? So it says, Gorge of Decay. You descend into a gorge filled with burial mounds. The place is in unrest. Dug up mounds and the overwhelming stench of decay are clear signs of the Rotfang presence. These cursed spawn must be lurking deeper down the gorge. Choice time. We can either A, awaken the ancestral spirits to enact revenge on the carrion feeders, to which we need to sacrifice 2 offerings or pass an easy willpower test, or approach the mounds to provoke the Rotfangs to either pass. I need to pass an easy test that is instinct and vigor, and if I pass that test, I take an item and I gain a trophy and I remove the threat from this area. If I fail, I spread the Merc. If I pass the other one, George of the K. if I pass the other one, I remove the threat. If I fail, I take 1 taint. So this is where you get to the side, and you get, hey, look at that, I get a path for passing it too, which is cool. So I can either go the exalted or the heroic route for this. And it's, okay, either we can approach the mound to try to pass an easy instinct and vigor test, which means I need to roll a red die and a green die and get a pierce symbol on both, be able to pass that. If I pass that, I get a trophy and an item. Or I could just do a easy willpower test where I roll, and if I get one pierce on a willpower test, I get to remove the threat or do something. Okay, so time for dice and time for so it all depends on what we want to do. I don't want to spread the murk. I don't want to spread the murk. Oh, I don't want to spread the murk. What to do, what to do. We could be heroic or exalted. So, here's what we're gonna do. Oh, God. I don't know why I do this for y'all. I put punishment on myself for y'all. You know that, right? So I'm going to do the approach the mound to provoke the Rotfangs because YOLO. Alright, so let me put this here. Which means I need to pass an easy instinct and an easy vigor test. We'll put this right here. We'll put this right. Oh God, I'm stupid. All right, so to do this, how we take on these challenges is these are attribute tests. These aren't combat. Attribute tests work different than combat because combat you have to pay for everything in combat. With attribute tests, you don't have to pay anything. This is the confusing part for me, but I don't understand it, but I go along with it. So when you start off, the test that you're going to face, you automatically get dice for that test. Just automatically, because this is an attribute test. You automatically get a die. You automatically add a next die. And then you look at the ones that you have that can contribute to this test, and you grab those dice as well. Well, I've got Merc Drinker here, which is a red die, so I get a red die. I've got Oath Bearer here, which is a blue die, so I get a blue die. And that's what I'm rolling. It's my birthday, Canje. Let's see some fireworks. So, you got me out of bed to play it safe? I'm not playing it safe. I'm not playing it safe. I'm going heavy. So basically, this is what I have to, that's my roll die. So on an attribute test, and I'm going to say it again because people are going to be like, that makes no sense. On an attribute test, the attribute that you are checking, you automatically get a free die for that symbol. Because I am checking, wrong die, sorry. I'm checking instinct and vigor, I get those two die to start. You always roll a next die. I'm pushing this stuff all the way around. So you always roll a next die. Always. That's my starter. You then look at your board and you say, what color die do you have here and here? I have a red die, so I get one. I have a green die, so I get one. And that's what I'm starting off with. I put blue, I'm sorry, I screwed that up. It was willpower, but this one is not the willpower test. So therefore, these are the dice that I'm rolling. All right? Okay. Oh, I don't want to roll dice. I'm so scared. All right, so let's talk about phases of rolling. Because there are phases, well, there's phases for resolution of roll. Oh, that's a challenge structure. I think attributes are just attribute rolls. Oh God, I'm gonna vomit. Here we go. Kind of like how in lots of games, if everything reduces you to -20, you still roll one die. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, so let's see what this means. So we got this one that says lose 1 point of the tested attribute. That's what this says. I've got 2 vigor, and I've got a crit, and that crit counts as 2. So I've got 2 and 2. But this thing here, so now we're going into resolve. Before we go into the resolve phase, we have to do sorry, not the resolution phase. We get to do some determination. So we've got some determination. Let me make sure this. Yep. So basically, I can either take 1 damage of the tested attribute, which would be 1 damage. You know what? I won't mind doing that because I want y'all to see how that works. So I'll take 1 vigor and 1 instinct attribute damage. I can block it if you aim to roll bad joke. 2 and crit. So I will take 1 attribute damage of the tested attribute, which were both of those, and then I do my resolution. It was an easy test. This is a hard test that I just passed because I got 2 and 2. But I got 2 pierce and 2 pierce with this, which means I passed the test. That's it. You're done. I passed it. Game over. Go ahead and put these back. We won. So because we won, we get stuff. Or would you get to pick which attribute? No, it's the tested attribute. Is that 1 damage to both? Yes, it's 1 damage to the tested attribute. And since the tested attribute was both instinct and vigor, you take both. So I passed the easy test. As a success, I get a trophy, which is this, and you can get as many trophies as you want. This can stack as much as you want. So I get a trophy, and I get an item. So I shuffle the item deck, and I get an item. It sounds harsh, but it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Actually, that's very tame. There's a harsher card in there. They're harsher cards. That is very tame. So we'll shuffle these up. I know you can do it. And we will get an item. So we draw randomly from the item deck. And I got Giant's Blood. It's an item that I get to carry. As a determination, during the determination phase, I can set a crit result on 1 of your vigor die. Just do it. A drop of the ancient blood will make you resilient as stone. Or I can use it on the exploration phase to recover 1 prime or 2 vigor. And these items are one-time burn. They're one-time burns and then discard. That's what they are. So I got a trophy and that, and I get the heroic path. Time for its mother to come and get you. So now I am heroic. Aha! So I'm heroic. Remember, this is just the exploration phase. So I have completed the card. Oh, I put it on here. So I've completed the card, and because I completed it at a ruin, I gain a ruin token. So I gained the ruin token because I completed the card successfully. I gained the token. You can only have 3 of these max on you at a time. So if you're going to commit something to once you commit it, it frees it from there. So if I were to go to Sunder's Bleach now and then commit this, I would then move that off. But I can only carry 3 total. But I only need 3 anyway. So I'm good. So I gained that. That was my first action of my 2 actions. See why I said there's a lot to this? So the first action, move, explore, face the challenge, defeat the challenge, or lose, and then gain the token or deal with the failure. And that's your first action of your 2 actions. Then it comes to your region action. I am in a place with that symbol, which is a prime source. In a prime source location, I can use a reaction to gain 1 primal. If I've used the primal, I would have gained a primal. I can Merc Binding Ritual, which you can't. There's no merc there. I can do fulfilling a story or side quest. There's nothing to do in that location. I can use a special. I use the special location marked, which is that. And as solo play, I also get two other options. One is Ritual of Recovery. I can spend a prime point to recover 1 point of attribute of the corresponding region that I'm in for the Thymor of the Dawnstone. Or I could summon a creature for a trophy. Yeah. I'm going to do that. So, I am going to, as a region action, I'm going to summon a creature. So I'm going to spend the trophy, come to this deck, and because this deck is ruins and forests, I could do one of two things. And this is very important. So I get to pick which one I'm going to do. Because it's ruins and forests, I get to pick which creature I'm going to summon. If you just spend one trophy, you have to shuffle these together and randomly draw one. If you spend two trophies, you get to flip them over and pick whichever one you want. So we're going to go with, I'm going to get a forest one. Why the heck not? So we're going to get a random forest one. Summon time! And this is going to be green because everybody's making game with green in it now because, you know, green screens need to now become, what, hot pink screens or something? Okay, and then everybody's going to start using hot pink in their color. Leshy! We summon Leshy. If you take the rest action this turn, additionally recover any attributes of the current region's type. If I spend a trophy, as a region option, I can move to any forest region. Damn. That is powerful. I can move to any forest region, not any forest region in my Thymor, any forest region. So that becomes a new thing for me to use. Yay! So let's put that over here so you can see it. So that is my summon creature. Once you use the summon creature, it's gone. It's not, okay, I have this summon creature and then I can just do whatever I want with it. Once I use it, once you use it, you lose it. Just like with items. That was my first action. So that was my first action of all the actions that I can do. So I've done my first turn. My first turn is one action, explore, move, and then explore, and then a region option of summoning a monster. Two actions, one turn. 2 actions, 1 turn. So that was morning. So as you can see, as I said, this game. Anyway. What to do next? Well, using a trophy to be able to travel anywhere seems pretty cool. But remember, our goal is to clear this Ardor Spire and get rid of the Merc there. So for my next action in the afternoon, I'm going to move. That trophy could get you to Sundur's Bleach when you have all 3 tokens. Exactly. You're thinking right, Matthew. That's why I have it. That's why I'm holding on to that. So I'm going in the afternoon, which is the next turn. I will do my first action, which is Explore. I will move to Ardor Spire. And then I immediately have to deal with a threat. Did I shuffle this? I did. Let's shuffle it again just in case. Hey, Matthew, what's going on? Welcome. So is this making sense to everybody as I just did that first one? I'll do an entire round so you can see what happens. But I just want to make sure that it's making sense. If it's not making sense, let me know. I'll go back, I'll re-explain something in a different way because the way I explained it, you know, making sure you understand the game is my responsibility in terms of you're here watching to understand what's happening. I want to make sure I'm explaining it well. So if I didn't explain something properly, let me know. Let me go back and re-explain it in a different way that makes more sense. All right. So we're going to shuffle these and we're going to deal with the threat. Now we're getting into combat. Boop. And we're fighting a Drowned Dead. The Drowned Dead has the ambush ability. It's not making sense. Could you start over from the top? I hate you, Dan. So the Drowned Dead is a hollow accursed character that has an ambush ability. In challenges, which is what this is, ambushes happen first. So it says, in coastal regions, he gains an instant shield. We are not in a coastal region, my good sir. So you done messed up. You don't get no shield. So I need an instinct and a vigor, which is at the bottom. Remember, right here at the bottom, I need instinct and vigor to be able to beat him. I should have expected this. I brought that on myself by saying that, didn't I? So, basically that's what I have to do. He's going to roll 1 next die. If he gets a skull, he's going to do 1 vigor damage. If he rolls a merc symbol, he's going to get 1 willpower damage. So that's what I have to fight. All right. So here's how this differs from attribute tests. You don't get a free die. What you do get is the next die that you got to roll, but now you have to pay for what you want to fight with. Well, we're dealing with vigor, so I need to spend 1 to get a vigor, which is this one, which is on Merc Binder. So let me show you this, what I'm spending. So I spend 1 vigor to be able to get a red die and the ability to re-roll that red die should it suck. Okay, so that's what I'm spending. He also needs instinct, so I'm going to spend 1 instinct to get a green die. And this is the green die that you can see is see-through. That is the instinct die. And I get the ability to re-roll that green die should it be terrible. This might not help much. I can re-roll and gain a shield connected to the Dawnstone. It's the Prime Dawnstone, which is, I believe the Prime Dawnstone is random, so we'll see. I could do that. I could drink my elixir in resolution to get an ult to be able to crit on him. And I could remove this if I need to. Okay. Okay. Alright. So, I am also going to pay 1 wisdom to get a blue. The reason being is that if I get a crit, I can use that blue to get a vigor or a will ruin, which will help me. Ruin. All right, so before combat begins, I did a couple stuff, so let's roll back. So here, and here. So let's roll back. Here's the phase of how it goes. Phase 1. Let's determine how we're going to fight. Do I want to sub in the Merc Shade? Right? Do I want to equip this card because this is where you can equip before the challenge happens? Do I want to equip this card in to substitute in for anything else? Do I want to do that? Or do I want to leave the Merc Shade out and just stick with what I have here? I'm going to stick with what I have here. So I'm walking through it slowly so you can see. To start off, you always have to face the next die. I'm not in a place with Merc, so I'm fine. His ambush effect doesn't take effect. I spend 1 to get a red. I spend 1 to get a green. And I spend 1 to get a blue. If I get a crit, I can use it for that. Red does that, and green will give me some good stuff. So it all depends. I have abilities that I can be able to use if I need to, right? A huge die that has to roll to get out. What? So yeah, whatever brain thingy response that smell triggers is presumably going off. Probably. Wait, what am I missing? Do rats in a maze really understand why they go through it? The rat could probably smell the treat. Oh, okay. Canje, can you spend 2 vigor to get 2 dice, or you can only spend 1? I can only spend 1. I cannot. Good question, Tiny. I cannot spend 2 vigor to get it. I can only spend 1 to get it. Now, if I have 2 red cards, I can spend the 2 vigor to get 2, but it all depends on the cards that you have. So I can only spend 1. I can't spend 2. No. All right. This is what we're rolling. Do not, please don't be a merc. A merc. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We've got a reroll because of the merc binder to reroll this. I got a crit, which is good. I'm hanging on to that. Oh, that is beautiful. That is beautiful. So why was I able to reroll the red? Because when I paid Vigor to get this red die, I also got this card right here. You see this arrow that says that I can re-roll that die once. That's what that is. So I've got that lovely symbol that I love so much. I got that, I got willpower, and I got that. Okay, cool. I could re-roll this die, which I'm not gonna. So I could re-roll that die, but I'm not. But he got this symbol. Can I negate that symbol in the determination phase? I can negate skulls and crits, but I cannot negate merc symbols. So his stupid merc symbol got me. It's a merc. I didn't want the merc, but his merc symbol says when he rolls a merc, oh god, I blocked that. Sweet. Oh my gosh, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm glad that he rolled a merc. Let's talk about why. Let's talk about why I blocked that. Let's take a look at this. I played for this, which gave me a shield to willpower. I got a willpower shield. I got a shield to willpower. So when I paid for this blue, and I know I just confused you. So remember when I said on this card here, I said I paid 1 vigor, and with that vigor, it gave me a red die and the ability to re-roll that red die. When I paid for this blue die, the wisdom die, it gave me a wisdom shield. Hey Dale, what's going on? Pull up a chair. So it gave me a wisdom shield. That's what that symbol is. So I got a wisdom shield that goes on this card that basically says if I'm going to take a wisdom damage, I can use that shield to block the damage. I rolled a merc. Which here says when you roll a merc, you take wisdom damage. Well, I got me a wisdom shield, so I use that shield to block it. So I take no damage, and then we go to resolution. I got that, and because of this lovely crit, I put that crit here, which gives me a rune token. So let's take a look at that breakdown. So this says when I roll a green, that's why it's see-through, sorry, but when I roll a green, I could gain a vigor and an insight rune or a wisdom rune. Well, I've got a crit, so I gain a vigor token, a vigor rune, and an insight rune. And all I need now is vigor and insight, or instinct. I keep saying insight. Vigor and instinct. Instinct, damn it, not insync, that's bad. Vigor and instinct to beat him. So I've got 2 and 1, which is more than enough, so I beat him. He is defeated, and he did not hurt me. So when I beat him, what do I get? What's my reward? My reward is that. So my reward is a trophy. So I get a trophy for beating him, and he is defeated. And when they're defeated, they don't go back into the deck. Oh, no. They are discarded, my friend. They are discarded as beaten. And when I beat him, I remove the threat from the area that's on there. Yay! So I've defeated him. He is beaten. I am wonderful for right now. Also, when I get there, because remember, this is why I said I'm moving slow through the first turn and then I'm going to speed up because I want y'all to see how it all works out. Now I've beaten him, which means that was part of the move action. If you use a move action, an exploration move action to move into an area with a threat, you automatically face the threat. Then you go to the exploration, which you still gotta draw one. If you successfully beat the threat, you then get to explore the area. If you don't beat the threat and you fail, your turn ends. You don't get to do exploration. You don't get to do region options. You're just done. Which, like I said, you'll see that happen, I'm sure, to me. All right, so we're pulling mountains. Pulling mountains. What do we got? That construction. I guess we're all here to see if Canje can sell us on this game or check his dice rolls. Dale, this game's amazing. I'm telling you, y'all sleep on this game if you want to. This game's great. I'm already telling you it's fun. I went through this scenario 4 times already, and each time the outcome was what the outcome was, but the playthrough was completely different with the same character. Okay, Cairns of the Centers. The burial mounds of this rebellious Zerywian tribe have stood here for far longer, I thought that said 4-4, for far longer than any can remember. Pay tribute to their souls or plunder them to get their belongings. Sacrifice an offering or 2 willpower to recover up to 2 feat cards. I haven't used any feats, or pass a hard test and take this card as a path. Damn it. Ooh. That's dangerous. I can't pass that test. I can't pass that test. How do you know I can't pass that test? Am I just downing myself? No, I'm not. I can only roll 1 instinct die. And I need 2 crit. I need to either roll a crit on that die or I'm out. Or, I could sub in the Merc Shade. I can actually sub in the Merc Shade and pass that test. Ooh. I can pass that test no matter what. Oh, no, I can't. No, I can't. That's recovering. No, I'm not. Yeah, I cannot pass. I can't beat that test. And you will run into scenarios where this is a thing. If I play Oathbearer, if I get a crit, I can only get Vigor or Wisdom or Will. Sorry, Vigor or Will. If I crit on Mercbinder, I get Vigor or Will, and if I crit on Instinct, I can get Vigor and Instinct or Will or a Will Ruin. So the only way I could pass, yeah, it's an or. The only way that I can pass this test is if I crit on 1 die for this challenge. I'll be able to roll 2 of these dice because remember, when you start off, you get a free one. But this can negate one of them, and if I get this other one, I'd be rolling 2 green and 1 black. And I would need 2 successes 2 peers to be able to win this. Oh, I would get a trophy though. I would lose all prime if I fail. All my prime would be gone. Oh. Oh. Oh no. I could use the region action to get back 1, but I would have to spend something for it. Yeah, it says Coral says or. So it's vigor, vigor or instinct or willpower. That's what Tiny's saying. I have prime. This is prime right here. So if I fail, I would lose all. Oh no, I would lose all my offerings. I would lose all my. Oh, I don't have any offerings. We can do this. Hard test it is. I don't lose all my prime. I'll lose all my offering. Hard test it is. Let's do this. If we fail, it doesn't matter. So, attribute test. You gotta roll that, and because it is a instinct attribute test, I get a free die. Then I look at Quarrel. Quarrel gives me a green, so I'm rolling 2. So it's either I will pass a hard test and take this as a path, which means I'll become heroically cursed. Ooh, I don't want to be cursed. I don't want to be cursed. That could work against me. Curse can work against me really, really terribly. It's either I take 2 will damage, or I just roll this and become cursed. That's what that means. So there was a miscommunication, and this is why Yogi was like, or, and you don't have to type it in caps. So this says, sacrifice 1 offering. I did. I didn't use her. What do you mean I used her? I didn't use her at all. Matthew, I'm not sure what you mean. I haven't used her at all. Sacrifice 1 offering or 2 will to recover up to 2 feats, or pass a hard test and take this card as a path. If I succeed, I get a trophy and an item. If I fail, I lose all offerings. I don't have any offerings to lose. Y'all want to see cursed? What the hell? Let's do it. Let's do it. That's awesome. I passed it. But attribute test. Skull says lose 1 point of the tested attribute. I'm thinking of whether to use Ancestral Guardian. Use that ability right now to get rid of that skull so I don't take any damage. But this is getting nasty. This is getting real nasty here. Remember, if this gets down here and I lose another one, I become wounded or injured. So, do I want to take it or do I want to not take it? Let's use our feet. We're gonna use our feet. I'm gonna regret this, but it says any hero remove. Oh, it's enemy. It's not a challenge test. It's enemy. That's if I'm facing an enemy that would happen. I gotta take this, so I'll take that damage. I will take that damage, but I get 2 pierce, which means I pass. I pass. I get a token, and I get an item. The item is the Earthclaw Talisman, Runic. Gain 3 shields of the current region's type. If you are in a mountain region, recover a prime and a vigor. I'm not in a mountain region, but that's going to be a thing that I use, so that goes on. And I take this card, so I passed it, I got that, and I take this card as, so this goes on top of here. So now I am heroically cursed. So if I pull cursed and heroic, I have to deal with whatever's on that card. Okay. So I think I'm going to take a rest as a solo for this one. Don't you have your health potion that can recover green stuff? This potion, this Giant's Blood potion that I have, let's take a look at it. Giant's Blood potion says that I can, on the exploration, I can use it to recover a prime or 2 vigor. Or during a test, I can set a crit result on one of my vigor die. That's it. That's all that potion does. The new one I found says, on exploration, if you are in a mountain region, I recover a prime and a vigor. Or in combat before a fight starts, I can gain 3 shields of the current region's type. So no, I don't have anything to heal instinct. How are you not in a mountain region? I missed. I am in a mountain region. You're right. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I was looking at this. Yep, it's a lot. So I'm gonna mess up some stuff. You're absolutely right, Matthew. I'm sorry. I was looking at the settlement symbol. I am in a mountain region. And because I beat this card, I get a mountain token. So thank you, Matthew. I am in a mountain region. You're right. So I'm in a mountain region. If I choose to spend this card, if you're in a mountain region, I can recover a prime and a vigor. But that's not what I'm looking for right now, is it? I gotta check quick rule. Region option. Dawnstones. That's funny. I think the Dawnstone, whenever you're recovering, lets you recover from any. But I want to check. So Ritual of Recovery. This is my region action I'm gonna spend. Spend the prime point to recover 1 point of the attribute corresponding to the region type that the hero is currently located. If the region has 2 types of symbols, the hero recovers a point in both attributes. So it would just be mountain. I need forest. A settlement region allows the player to choose which attributes to recover, and I'm in a settlement region. Good, good. Additionally, recover 1 attribute point corresponding to the Dawnstone the hero is influenced by. If it is a black Dawnstone, take Attain instead. If a result of recovering attribute points, any attribute recovers to its maximum value will have an injury. That injury can be cured. Okay, cool. Cool. So, what that breaks down to, and let's run through it, because I read this out aloud just for my memory, but now I need to explain it, right? So that was my exploration action. My next action is my region option is to do a Ritual of Recovery. It says spend a prime point to recover 1 point of attribute corresponding to the region type. So there is blue, there is green, there's red. So that's mountain, right? So the region type is there. Nope, sorry, said that wrong. The region type is the location that I'm in. This is the region, this is the region type. So the region type is a settlement. So it says, if the region has 2 types of symbols, the hero recovers a point of both attributes. A settlement region type, which is what I'm on, allows the player to choose which attribute to recover wildly. So I will use a prime point to recover one of those, 1 instinct. And then we also recover 1 of the Dawnstone that we're facing. And when it's white, I believe it's wild. I'm checking that rule right now. Yeah, those are region. The region types are the region option types. I'm also at a stronghold, so I can restore a feat if I want to, but I'm not going to do that option. I'm going to do the recovery. So you have to be in a region with that color to recover using the prime. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I'm checking this. No, that's the pool of damage. Ooh, this one isn't in the rule book. Or else I would have known that. I think it's wild, though. I think the region type of this one is wild. Which means you can pick whichever one you want. So it's either will, instinct, vigor, or any. And I'm going to believe it as such, and someone could correct me if I'm wrong because I don't want to slow down gameplay. But I believe it's any. Whenever you're recovering. Because it says that's rest. There's a rest action that you could take. So let me find that. That it should be in the rest. When choosing the rest action, the players forfeit any exploration in order to perform restoration rituals and perform for future challenges. While performing this action, the player remains in their current region and can perform any and all of the below activities. Use the camp ability. Reorganize your sagas if you want to. After that, you use one of the available options. So it's not under rest. I believe it's wild. Yeah, I believe it's wild. Now I know what the dawn point thingy is. Yeah, I believe it's wild, so I'm going to move. So I'm going to take another instinct up. But I have to use a prime to do it. Cool. So that was my second action. Jesus. That was my second turn. So as you can see, it's going through. So I've cleared that. All right. Third turn, we're moving into noon. I haven't even finished a full cycle. So we need to clear Vid's Tangle. And if we clear Vid's Tangle, we will have completed what we needed to for here. And then we could travel over here and try to complete our stuff there, right? We could do a travel action to land in Amber's Cliff. to do that if we want, but I need an offering token, which means I need to clear some tank. So what I'm going to do, or some merc. Or is it a prime point? Odds there's no blue on dawn pointy thing. It's a prime point, which is this. These are prime. So I have to spend 1 to do that. Alright, so my dusk actions kick in. My first action is I'm going to move into the settlement. And because I move into that settlement has merc on it. But we're exploring before we could take the region action to bind. So we're going to shuffle this up. Like I said, this is just 1 round. I'm just moving very, very slowly. So you can already see that if I move too quick, I'll make mistakes. I don't want to make any mistakes, so I gotta be careful. Can you go back to the creeping region you came from to try and get the forest token? Yes, I can, Matthew. If I want, I can move back here to the creeping marsh and do a forest exploration to get the green token. But for right now, I gotta clear this thing, which is important, and then I could travel over here and get a forest region thing if I want. So it's fine. It's fine. Alright, so we're pulling settlement. Settlement says you approach a surf farm surrounded by a low palisade. The tightly shut gate and the scowl of a peasant in the yard make this seem as not the most welcoming of places. Praise. If I am praised, that means if I have the praise path, you manage to get through the untrusting serfs. Thankfully, the law of hospitality is not dead. So that would be, if I had the praise path, I would get that. I am not. It seems trust is hard to come by these days. Leave this place in peace. If I am devious or feared, which I am not, I am cursed and heroic. Threaten them with the fire, and they will let you in. Recover, and then take this card as a path of being cursed. So I am none of those things. This card doesn't apply to me. So this card is discarded. It doesn't apply to me. But I did, because I didn't fail of it and I completed it, I get that token. That's as simple as it is. Okay, that was my exploration action. My region action is I'm going to do a ritual of binding. In a ritual of binding, I can either pass a hard test to clear that merc and gain an offering, or I can just clear the merc right now and take a tank. And I believe the test was I don't know. I'm saying I don't know because I don't know if I just want to take it and move on instead of trying a hard test. Test. Gotcha. So regions affected by merc in this situation. Hero faces a challenge or test, blah, blah. To remove a merc token from a region, a hero must perform a merc binding ritual as a region option. The ritual is a success after a hero succeeds in a hard will wisdom check. So I need to make a will check here. I need to make a will check to be able to do that. That's not bad. But I cannot use this or this. I can only use the attribute that I'm testing. So that means that I will be doing that test. And I just want to make sure not an extra die doesn't get added for this. Or willingly take 1 taint regardless of the method. Challenger test affected by merc. They will have to add an additional next die. Yep. So it would be that That's what I would have to do. As a teacher, you should never fear a hard test. So I would have to do that. Two next die versus two of those die to be able to deal with it. I'm not gonna do that because I think that's too dangerous. So instead, I'm just gonna clear it. Take a merc or take a taint. So this taint I will put on. Okay, I'm gonna put it on vigor. Oh, I'm gonna put it on. This is the hard part. I have to choose whether I'm gonna put it on vigor, instinct, or will, and I don't know where to put it. If I put it on will, and I run into a will test, I'm gonna put it on will. What? Why the hell not? I'm putting it on will. So I gained that, and because I cleared it, I gain an offering. So there we go. Ta-da! I cleared it. Ta-da! And that ends that. Okay, so that was my action, exploration, and region. Well, I have done the first part of this of my main goal of this is I cleared Vid's Tangle and Ardor Spire of any problem. So what I'm going to do now as my last is I'm going to move because there's an anchor here. I think I'll go for a walk outside now. The sunshine's calling my name. And I'm going to travel to the Amber Cliffs. Yep, that's what I'm going to do. That is what I'm going to do. So I travel to the Amber Cliffs. Exploration. Sweat is pouring, sun glows bright, travelers weary, come inside. Fill yourself on roasted sheep, drink your tired head to sleep. Singing and dancing can be heard even in the yard. Because they have milkshakes. This seems like a good place to have some fun and unwind. Recover 2 attributes or 1 feat. Cool, so I'm going to recover you and you. And if I'm devious, trick the locals with dice, winning 2 trophies from them. But I'm not, so I got that. And now here's where the part comes. I got a settlement token, but I can only have 3. So what I would have to do is discard 1 to get the other. I'm just gonna discard the settlement for that other one. So you get the pick, but you could only have 3. Okay, then the region option. What's this? I'm in a cradle. Region option. What can I do in a cradle? Reveal the top 3 item cards, and you could take one of them, paying its cost with trophy tokens. Well, I know I need a trophy and an offering, so I have whatever for Vatra's Flame right here. I've got enough for that. So I could draw 3 item cards, and if one of them costs 1 trophy, I could spend it and get an item card. Or I can hold on to that trophy for Leshy to be able to travel anywhere I want. Canje likes to play it nice. He will not use his loaded dice. Damn right, it's better than yours. I mean, I could teach you, but I have to charge. So what do we want to do? Well, we want to go exalted, sure, but what's the region option we want to do? I don't want to spend another prime to rest. What do I want to do? I think we'll do the item thing. Because I can't merc bind anything right now. So yeah. Yeah. Let's do that. I will let's do the item thing. So we'll draw 3. We've got another Earthclaw Talisman. That costs 2. And that costs. I might buy one of these actually and get a trophy token from fighting fighting stuff. So we've got another Earthclaw Talisman, which costs 2. How do you know it costs 2? There's 2 up here. It costs 2 trophies. We can get the Quack Hag's Grains. Recover 2 attributes of any, or cure any one of your injuries. Seeds of Revival from Belboge's Waters. Summon a creature of the current region type. Ooh, I ain't mad at that. I might buy that. Let's look at the last one. Last one is Hollower. It's an elixir. Add a willpower rune to this challenge, or as part of a challenge. Any challenge. That's actually pretty cool. Or recover 3 willpower. So I know we don't care about that one because I already got one, but these 2 are cool. So I can cure an injury, which is big, or I can get an auto willpower thing. I can also summon a creature. So it's either the Quack Hag's Grains, or the Hollower. Hollower's pretty decent. This is recovering and taking out any. I think I might get the Quack Hag's Grains only because if I get an injury, I'll take the Hollower. I'll take the Hollower. So I'm going to spend 2. I'm going to spend 2 trophies to get the Hollower. We're having a good time. Alright, cool. Okay, so that was my final action of the day. I am done. That was turn 2. That was cycle 2. So cycles. Yeah, I could just get to it really quick. Cycles aren't hard to find. That's the board. Getting set up. Here it is, cycles. And it says phases. I put a tag there. Okay, so we did the Svetnovitz phase, which we turned at the start. The journey phase, which is where I did all my actions that you just saw. And now we move on to the camp phase. So the camp phase says, we perform these, this camp phase can be performed by all players at once. You can skip any of the following steps, although the order in which they are resolved should be maintained by players. 1. Restore 1 attribute. Restore 1 attribute point related to the Dawnstone active in my Thymore. I'm over here now, so my Thymore is now this Dawnstone, which is Instinct. Well, I'm full up on Instinct, so I don't need to do that. A Prime Stone allows the user to recover any random attribute. If your Thymore is under the black stone, you restore nothing. We're not going to get to that because that's for a later play. Restore attributes from your character's camp ability. Well, my camp ability says I get 1 prime back, I get 1 vigor, and then I get 2 more of any other attribute, which I'm going to do that. Hey, I'm up to full. Any prime restored above the limit is changed over to this. So that means, what that means is, if I had already had 3 and I wasn't missing 1, if I already had 3, then when it says restore 1, instead of getting, because I can't get any more prime, that would be a new attribute that I can heal up, another random. So that's my camp. Restore 1 feat. These are my feats. I haven't used them. Reorganize your sagas if you want. So if I wanted to put in the Merc Shade, I can, but I'm not going to. Summon a creature if I want to. Well, you can only have 1 creature active. Keep that in mind. I've got many items, but only 1 creature can be active at once, which means I would lose Leshy if I summon another one, if I had the trophy to do it, but I'm not. Choose a god to worship. So choosing a god to worship, I gotta take a breath on this to be able to tell you how this works. These are the gods. If I want to choose a god, it's not random. You flip them over, you look at the different gods, and you pick whichever one you're going to use. If you have to spend 1 offering to choose a god to worship. The gods give you different abilities that add on to your character as well, if you want to do that. There are cards that give you a god. It just says, you get a god, you're good. And there are also cards that make you change them. So you can get to, right now, you can pick the one you want out of this deck of gods that are on here. So you can do Perun, Mokash, Velis, Strigbog, Morana, and Lada. And you can pick from any one of these ones that you want, spending one offering, and that comes down. You can only have one god, you can't have multiple. Eco is my religion. I don't know what that means. So you could spend one offering to be able to do that. So cool. That's not a bad idea to get a god card. Let's see. This thing says and you also gain. Let me put one out here so you can see it. You also gain a path for doing it. So like this one, if I chose Marana, I would gain the path Condemned. For an offering for each path card. Remove one enemy in combat. Remove one enemy skull result, or ignore the Bane ability of an enemy. Enemies have a Bane ability. Or remove one merc from any challenge. Return this card to the god deck as a burn. So the gods help you as this kind of ongoing or one-time thing, and they give you abilities. So if you're like, well, I want to be exalted, well, you can get Mokosh, who will give you the exalted item, and it just kind of goes. So you get to choose. I'm not going to pick anyone. I want to hold on to that offering, even though I got to come over here to get stuff. I'm going to stay with that offering. So that is the camp phase. Then we go to the next phase. The next phase follows orders. So these are the cycles that we're going through, and then we're going to really start picking it up. This is still one round. Check for any effects or merc rifts and incursions according to the scenario card. Okay, no problem. The scenario card has no effects that come with it, except on the next phase, each hero takes one merc token and places it in a chosen region of the current Thymor they are in. So that's the effect. So we got to drop some merc. Lambda. Wherever I drop it, I'm going to put it in Thunderforge. Because I'm not going to Thunderforge. So, resolve any special steps preceding the Herald activation. There's no Herald in this setup. Activate the Herald. No Herald. Add a Blackstone to the next free ritual rift on the Chasm of Oblivion. So what that means is this is our timer. Remember, we have 7 Blackstones. So the first Blackstone goes down. And if the number of Blackstone reaches the limit specified in the scenario, then the Dawnstones get corrupted. But it doesn't. And that is... We're back at camp. And that is the first phase of the entire game. Hey, look! In an hour and a half, I went through one phase, but I went through it slowly so you can see what's happening. Hey, Canje, if you are in a region with 2 different... So Matthew asked, if you're in a region with 2 different icons, can you stay in that region without leaving to get both? Yes. You do not have to move if you don't want to. As part of your exploration action, you can choose to move or not, but you have to do the exploration. Unless you fail a test. Right? So, for instance, just to give you an example, I'm back here in the Creeping Marsh, right? And I've already done I've done my move to move there, and I did the first exploration. Comes around to the next, let's say I did that in dawn, and now I'm in afternoon. And I want to get the ruin ones. You can say my exploration action, I'm not going to move, but I'm going to explore this region again. So yes, Matthew, you can do that without moving. You can stay in that region forever and just keep milling if you want. It's up to you, but time's on your side. Is not on your side. So hopefully that answers that question. Let me see if there's anything I missed. Yeah, so that's it. Okay, then we go back to the Sventivid phase, which we rotate this counterclockwise once. And then we are on to the next round. All right, so you've seen me play an entire turn. Yeah, no problem. Ask questions. Ask questions. I know I'm probably moving through this stuff. I'm trying to go as slow as possible without being boring. So ask questions if you have them. I can answer. I've been through a lot of this stuff, so I can answer a lot. So let me know. All right, so we're going to go into our next our next cycle. These are called cycles when I go through the next phase and all that other stuff. So our next cycle is, well, we know that Vatra's Flame, we know Sunder's Bleach is where we have to go. I'm going to get another taint, which ticks me off, but let's do it anyway. So I'm going to do my first action in the morning is to move to Sunder's Bleach. Cool. Then I got to deal with either a forest or a ruin. Well, we know we want forest, right? So we'll shuffle these up again just to be sure. I can't remember. I've been moving slow, so I can't remember how if I did shuffle this. So let's just play it safe. Reshuffle the whole damn. All right, there we go. What do we got? We've got Echoes in the Wild. Muffled, persistent voices have been following you for some time now. Some unknown evil is on your trail. It finally catches up with you among the moors. Dryas approach you in a rhythmic sway, whispering their forest spells. If I have Devious, then I can deceive them with a tale of a stricken heart tree spreading murk in the wild. The Dryas will leave you to aid the sick tree. You can then move to an adjacent region. But I don't, because I'm cursed and heroic. The Dryas wants you to prove yourself as a true chosen. Boy. Take an injury? Ugh. Pass an easy willpower test and vigor test. Okay. Well, let's talk about it. But the place is in murk. And then we got a willpower test and a vigor test. I've got a blue with Oathbearer and the red with Merc binder, so that's what I'm rolling. Oh, we gotta do it. Gotta do it. It's gotta happen. It's gotta happen. Oh God. Oh no. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do besides fail this? Okay, so attribute tests. I think this is the worst case scenario that just happened here. It is the worst case scenario that just happened. So attribute test. Oh God. What can I do? What can I do? Oh yes, I can do this. I can use the giant's blood. And I could use the hollower. Oh, perfect. I am allowed to live. I am allowed to live. Thank you. Thank you. Well, it says to this... Yeah, it says to this challenge. Attributes tests are simplified challenges. Attributes tests are challenges. So, I'm going to drink the hollower potion. So let's go back over to show you how I'm going to win this. I was supposed to do this before because the die says that I was supposed to, but screw it. I'm going to do this. So I'm going to drink this elixir, the hollower potion. It says, add 1 willpower to this challenge. 1 willpower rune. So we're going to add 1 willpower rune to this challenge. Drinking this potion and discarding it. Cool, it's gone. Then I'm going to do this. Now this I can use. Solve a problem with drugs. This I can use. Set crit results on 1 of your vigor die. So my vigor die, 1 of them I'm going to flip to crit. I won this challenge because of these 2 things. So I just used both of those potions just now. Cool. Now, let's resolve. The Merc symbols says to remove a pierce. Remove 1 pierce. That's what those Merc symbols say. This is 2 pierce. So 1, 2. That's gone. I have left over 1 pierce and 1 pierce, which passed my test. Because it's an easy test. Oh, I passed it. Oh my gosh, that was close. That was so close. That was so close. So it says, Pass an easy willpower and vigor test, which those helped me do, and I did that, and I'm good, and I passed it. So success. Summon a Drya creature card. Over Leshy? What do you offer if I want to get rid of Leshy? You can use or exchange this card for another summon creature. Let's find the Drya. What would happen if I fail? Okay, we can talk about that. Let me find the Drya first, because I don't know if I want to get rid of Leshy, but let's see. That's a Drowner. You're not a Drya. Am I not get a Drya? Drowner, Valkyrie, Holbuck, Whirling, Zortuk, Whistler, Will-o'-the-Wisp, Kanos, the Devil's Mischief, Moth Nymph, Vampire, Bortuga, Mona, Fiend, and I don't have a Drya card. Yeah, well, I'm not planning to summon a creature. So what would have happened if I failed? Just curious, you cannot normally drink the potions after roll, right? Yes, you can, Matthew. Let me run it through. Let me run it through where I kind of meted and then where I did. This card here says that it happens. I got the symbols. I gotta get the symbols right for the challenges. Because there's phases of challenges, and this is the reason why there's phases. This happens, this symbol here says it happens during initiation. So that means the only time I could drink that potion, or was supposed to drink that potion, was before I roll any die. That's what this symbol means. That's the initiation. This card right here, you see that symbol? That's during the determination. After I roll the dice, this is how I mitigate. So I say, okay, after I roll the dice, I crit on one vigor die because this is during the determination. There's the resolution phase. So keep that's why I said I kind of meted a little and I was just gonna let it slide for this round. Found this online, would guess the word Drya is misspelled and could actually mean Druha, a Polish word, which word translates to friend. Oh, get a friend. Let's see if there's a thing on that. E-R-H-A. It's not in proofreading. Is it in the errata? R-I-H-A. Nope. So that could be it. I think you're probably right that means get a friend. So what I meted with this one, just to close the loop on this before I hop over to Tiny's one, what this means is that this was supposed to be played before I rolled any dice, but I meted it and said, oh, shoot, I forgot. So I played it anyway, and life goes on. This means that it can be played after I roll the dice. That's what that means. Okay, so yes, you can drink potions after die roll. Okay, back to Tiny's one. Found this online, would guess that Drya is misspelled and could also mean Druha, a Polish word, which would translate to friend. Let's see. Dread, determination, difficulty, defile, stone, failure, feat. It could mean gain a friend. I've never run across that where I got one, so this is new for me. This is my 5th playthrough, and this is new for me. It could mean gain a friend. Creatures. Creatures are mythic half-god beings. They include ancient beasts, cursed entities, personifications of elements, and feelings ghosts connected to nature or the world of the dead, the heroes can count on their support, although at a cost. Creatures are fickle, and they always demand payment for their service. Heroes can summon a creature during the camp phase. This can be done by sacrificing a trophy and randomly drawing a card from the creatures available of the current region. Creatures available in a region are those whose type marked on the back of the card matches one of the region types where the summoning is taking place. However, if the player adds one journey token of that type matching the current region to the trophy when summoning the creature, they will be able to pick any available creature. That means that means that you can look at who you want. The ability of a creature can be used at any time indicated by the icon on the card. Additionally, after paying the cost in the lower section of the card, the hero can use the special ability. At any given moment, a hero can have only one creature. If they wish to summon another, they must decide which creature to keep. So there's that. What am I saying? I had to go outside. And welcome back, welcome back. Nothing really talks about gaining a Zerywia, so it could be gain a friend, an ally. It could be gaining allies. Let's see if the index for allies. Allies is 10 and 11. Ally. 10 tells me nothing. What about 11? No, that is garbage. This is why this rule book needs work. This is why. This here. I had to figure this out for a lot of the stuff, so y'all are seeing it's okay, that makes sense because there's a lot of digging into this. This is everything I need is in here. Finding it is a pain. It's just the word allies used on those 2 pages, but it has nothing to do with allies. Yeah, I don't know. So it says what? Summon a Dryad creature card. So how is rulebook tabs the board game going? I'm telling you, it's so frustrating. Anyway, I will get into that at the end of this because it's hiding a beautiful gem and it ticks me off. Anyway, if we're supposed to summon a creature friend, it's one of these, and I could summon forest or ruin. Let's see what the forests hold, because it says I get to summon one. So let's see what the forest. We've got Luna. Before your rest action, you can move to any adjacent region. If you do this, discard one of your path cards. Ooh. Cure any one of your injuries. I really don't need Leshy anymore. I'm gonna ditch Leshy. Take that one. So that's my summon creature. I'm gonna take Mamuda. Yep, that's what I got. And because I passed this, I get one of these. Oh, and I will get rid of this to get it. I have everything I need. So that was my exploration action. Now we're going to my region. My region 1 is gonna be to clear this Merc. I'm not gonna do the hard test on it, so I will take another taint. And I will put it on instinct. I'm almost to my dread form. I don't want to be there. Okay, so the first thing I'm gonna do. So that is that action. Next action, I'm not gonna move. I'm not moving. So this is kind of what you were asking Matthew. My next action, my exploration, I'm not moving. So instead, I'm going to draw a card, and we're going to go back to the forest. This time, there's not Merc there. So it says, Zerywia's Sacred Site. You come across an old moss-covered sacred site. The Volkovs of the first Zerywia would make their offerings here. The sacrificial stones, though marked by time and frozen in the silence of the wilderness, still emanate primal force. Remove 1 taint, recover 3, and take a new god card. If I'm exalted, I get to summon a creature of my choice. Ho ho, ho ho ho. Remove 1 taint. Boing. So let's get rid of that. recover one, or take a new god card. So we remove one taint. We're good. That's it. And because we passed it, and we did what we needed to do, we would have gotten another forest, but I'm not going to use that, so I just keep my 3. My region action is I'm going to commit to my quest. And I'm going to spend all 3 of these bad boys. 1, 2, and 3. Ooh, that got pronounced quick. Okay, so you feel the earth under your feet to be dying. The murk that is poisoning it slowly fills your body. Strangely, it seems to grant you strength. You journey to seek the wisdom of priests. Time to reclaim the tribal heirloom and face the inevitable. So I either have to get to Vatra's Flame and put in a and commit an offering and a wisdom, and then I complete it. So we will return these to where they go. And Vatra's Flame is right here. So I need to get here, and then all I have to do, if I kill a creature, I get a trophy. Actually, I got my offering. I'm good. Oh, and I cleared that murk. I was supposed to get another offering. Sorry. So I was supposed to get another offering for clearing the murk. I now need to get to Vatra's Flame, spend a willpower and an offering, and boom. That's it. So that was that action. Next action. I'm going to move here to Amber's Cliff. So we draw Settlement. In times of oblivion, the light of Dasbog fills the hearts of the people with the sacred fire. Sacrifice 1 offering to disperse the murk in this or an adjacent region. Damn it. Damn it! Or spend 2 trophies to cure an injury or remove 1 taint. I don't have any trophies. I could, so if I sacrifice an offering, it's a bit of an ugly duckling game. You open it up and are greeted with a messy rulebook, but once you get past it, there can be, yeah, that's true. I'll get to my review. So it says this or an adjacent region. The only adjacent region with murk is this one to get rid of an offering to deal with it. Or I could spend 2, or I could do nothing. I'm gonna spend 1 to remove this. And because, so here's very important things. Remember when I remove murk during a murk binding ritual, I get an offering. This was not a murk binding ritual, so I don't get an offering. Remember, only time you get an offering is during a murk binding ritual. Alright, cool. So that was that card, which would give me this, because I passed it. And now it is... Wow, look at that. Time's flying, right? I'm starting to move a little bit faster. So that was that, and then I get the region action. I think I probably might... I don't need to rest. I don't have any trophies to buy anything. I think I'm just gonna not do anything for the region. I think I'm gonna skip my region action. Yeah. Where I'm in a cradle. Yeah, I don't want to buy anything. Yeah. I can't really do anything, so I'll skip it. So, my next action, my final action of the cycle, is I'm going to move here, face a threat. The Saga. Ambush. I have to spend 2 wisdom to be able to re-roll your dice in this challenge. That sucks. But I need, sorry, not 2 wisdom. I keep saying wisdom. 2 instinct. I need to spend 2 instinct to be able to re-roll dice in this challenge. Right. So we will deal with, that's what we got to deal with first. We're needing instinct. So I'm going to spend 1 to get a green. It gives me a real roll, but I would have to spend 2 instinct to be able to do that.
Instead of 1. What do I need? Just straight instincts? I only got 1 die? This is like the worst case scenario. I only got 1 die. Ooh, I'm gonna fail this test. Oh no. She can help if I sub her in. I think I'm gonna sub her in before I start painting. I'm gonna sub her in, take out Markbinder and sub her in. And I don't think there should be any cost to that for pre. Let's see, initiation. Reveal the enemy card, resolve any ambush and aura abilities. Distract them to defile a creature, but they're not. They're not. Resolve the enemy's advantage abilities, which we need to determine the next challenge, so add the next die. Hero reaction. After determining the difficulty of the challenge, they can discard any of their Saga cards from their character board and prepare any other available Saga cards. Each such exchange requires the hero to sacrifice 1 point of the attribute represented on the card. So if I want to put her in, I don't want to do that. I don't want to put her in. I don't want to sacrifice her. If I put her in, that would have happened. I don't know if I could beat this creature. Y'all will see me fail a challenge today. I'm going to pay 1 to get this blue. Well, that doesn't matter. What do you hit? Yeah, I'm going to pay 1 to get this blue. And because I got that blue, I'm going to get my shield. I did do the ambush ability. Spend 2 instinct to be able to re-roll your dice. Brandon. So Brandon, keep this in mind. Let me put this up here so you can see. I already took care of the ambush ability, and ambush abilities and auras happen first. I said that a couple times, but just to go back through it. If I'm going to re-roll, I need to spend 2 instinct. That is the ambush ability. I haven't re-rolled anything. So if I'm going to re-roll, that ambush ability happened. It's wild. Every time you bring the rulebook into view, I just gawk in disbelief at all the tabs. Yeah, I'm trying here. But yeah, Brandon, you're right. The ambush and aura ability happen first. But this is kind of like, if I'm going to re-roll dice, I have to spend 2. But I'm not there yet. So if I get the blue, I get the blue shield, which will combat the merc from hitting me. I could stop the crit if they crit or take away any damage. But this would still be a fail. I can't beat this creature. Yeah, I can't beat this creature. So you're all gonna watch me fail and feed the breed. For sure. Alrighty. So this is what we're rolling with. You got a skull. I'm going to use, now, I'm going to do this properly because Matthew was right last time. You see this here? So this is the determination. I'm going to use this ability to get rid of that. Gone. That ability says remove an enemy skull result. It's gone. So I got 1 success in this. Let's see what else I can do in determination. I can't re-roll that blue. I can, but it would cost me. So I think we're just gonna negate each other here. I got 1 of the 2. I did not get the second one, so therefore I failed, but I don't take any damage because he didn't hurt me with anything. So because I failed, this stays. He gets shuffled back into the deck. And we feed the breed. Yeah, no problem, Thomas. I just want to make sure y'all enjoy it. This game is good. So then we grab 1 off of here and shuffle that bad boy in.
So we feed the breed. We've added a stronger monster into the breed deck that we could run into. Okay. Boom. My turn ends. That's it. That's it. Like, it's not, oh, what about your region options? When you fail a fight, you're done. And if you want to kind of know, I know that Dominic has. Yeah. So he created these cards that kind of help, but they really don't. They kind of help, but they really don't. So it says on a hero turn, action, exploration, move, draw a card, check the threat. If present, draw an enemy and skip the exploration card step. If you suffer a failure, your turn ends. If you don't, draw and resolve an exploration card in that type of region. If you suffer a failure, your turn ends. So it's trying to get you through it, but it's missing some stuff. So I don't use them fully. So my turn's over. I'm done. We're back to the camp phase. So I gotta go to the book for phases, which is this one. So on the camp phase, it says restore one attribute point related to the Dawnstone active in the player's thigh more. It is vigor, but I'm already at full. Restore. Let's see. A prime stone allows you to recover any attribute. If the Thymore is under Blackstone, you restore nothing. This is a prime stone, so I was right. Restore attributes from your hero's camp ability. So I would get back a prime, but remember, I'm full up on prime, so that translates into one of these points. So I'll do this one. And then I get back 2 random, so I'll go back up to full. And restore a feat. I'll restore that. That is a feat that I will restore. You can only restore 1 feat, not all. Do not restore all feats. If I was to burn out these 2, if I use both of them in the camp phase, I can only restore 1. I cannot restore both. You have to wait until the next camp phase to restore that one. Okay? So if you have a feat, do not restore both if you've exhausted both. You can only restore 1. Summon a creature or choose a god to worship. I'm not going to do either of those. Then the next phase, we have to remember, place Merc. Merc's going right there. And what's the other one? So that's the Merc special abilities. Activate the Herald, the Blackstone, which we're not doing in this phase, but we'll do in another, because I plan to play through another day soon to play through so you can actually see a Herald fight. So that is the next phase. Then we turn, and we begin anew. So when you start in a region, which I'm here, when you start in a region that has one of those, that's just where you start. That does not mean I automatically fight something. If I stay in this region, I could fight something, but I don't want to. So I'm going to use my first action to move here, and then face a problem. Okay, this is a little better. So this is the Mercriff Witch. She is scorned. She hits pretty hard. She has an aura that immediately procs. You must spend willpower for each ritual you want to use in this challenge. I have 1 ritual, so I have to spend willpower to make it happen. That aura procs immediately. Okay, just to let you know. Any rituals that I have 1 ritual and 2 weapons to deal with. If I roll a skull, she will attack instinct and will. If I roll a merc, she will take merc. She will place merc. I will have to place merc is not. So let's first give her die. Alright. Is there anything that I could do in the determination? Well, this is a ritual. I want blue because I need it, so I have to spend 1 for the blue, plus, because of her aura, I have to spend an additional 1 just to get the stinking blue die. I get willpower from all my other ones, so I'm going to spend 1 in both to get those die as well. Because of this, I do get a shield. I could also use this to gain 3 shields of the current region type, which is wild, so I could pick any. which I'm thinking of instinct and will as well. Yeah, I think I'm gonna burn this one, the Earthclaw Talisman. I'm gonna burn this right now. So I'm gonna use this because I could get 3 shields of the current region's type. When it's wild, I can then pick what I want. Nah, I won't do it. I won't do it. But this is what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping for the Ancestral Guardian to proc. Oh, yes, yes, thank you, Brandon, thank you. Oh, thank you. I forgot to add a Blackstone to the Rift. It happens. I'm pretty sure, like, people who are going to watch this later are going to be yelling at me, but thank you, Brandon, for pointing that out. I forgot also my timer. So this is the 3rd round. My timer is supposed to add 1 there. Okay, thank you. A lot to keep track of. These are things that happen. That's why y'all are all here with me, making sure I play it right. Brandon is MVP. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna roll this. See what happens. Ooh. Okay, keeping that. We're keeping that. I got a reroll on you. I'm gonna re-roll on you for the crit. I'm gonna re-roll on you for the crit. I beat her. Now it's just instinct. Okay, so she rolled a Merc. Do I have anything in terms of determination to deal with Merc? This one does not. Okay, her Merc ability says when she rolls Merc, I gotta drop a Merc token. I want to know if I have to drop a Merc token where I am or just next to it. Let's see. Enemy breakdown. Enemy breakdown. Task. Just task. Talking about challenge. We roll that. Determination. Resolution is what I'm looking for. As a hero can spend their prime to reroll any of the dice, a single reroll of a die requires the hero to spend 1 prime. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Okay. What's your ability? That's just rituals. Okay. This is the reason why I say ooh and I'm giddy with excitement. Let me pull up the rules and we're going to page 24. Because this is how you negate that foolish stuff that hurts. It's not on 24. That's initiation. Determination. 25. Okay, let me pull this up. It only blocks a pierce on an attribute test, not on combat. It doesn't block pierces on combat. Alright, so here we go. So determination. So this is what happens after you roll your dice. Rerolling. So you can either reroll from some ability that allows on your Saga card, if you have that, or reroll from Prime. A hero can spend their Prime to reroll any of their dice. A single reroll of a die requires the hero to spend 1 Prime. There is no limit for such rerolls apart from the available Prime. So what that means when it says, and I want to make sure it says it in here because Dominic said that also includes the Nyx die. He has confirmed that. A reroll is a rethrowing of a given die, ignoring the previous result and accepting the new one. The dice may be rerolled. I just want to see if he wrote it in here. If the ability providing the rerolls does not define which die may be rerolled, the hero chooses them at will. If the ability states that more than 1 die could be rerolled, it is necessary to determine how many dice an advantage should reroll. He has confirmed that using a prime you could reroll the Nyx die. I just want to see if I can find it in here. This is the resolution. We're not there yet. We're in the determination. And I could spend the prime to re-roll the next die. So I think I could do that, which I think I will. Yeah, the Brandon, that only works in attribute tests, not in challenge tests against monsters. It doesn't block. It just takes on the ability of what's here. If you roll Merc, it takes on the ability of the card. So keep that in mind. If you're like, oh, it's going to block Pierce, it doesn't block Pierce in a challenge against a monster. It blocks Pierce in an attribute test. Very, very important for you to keep the difference on. However, I am going to use a prime to reroll that Merc die during the determination. So spend it. Is it the offering that it says to reroll the name? Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. It's not a. It's an offering. You're right. It says it right there, right below it. You're absolutely right. Let me zoom in. I almost made a boo-boo. Any hero can spend offering tokens to aid the hero facing a challenge. For each token, the hero may reroll any single die once, including the Nyx. That's what it was. Yep, you're absolutely right. Page 25, right below the prime. Right below the prime. I just had to keep reading a little lower. You're absolutely right, Brandon. So I can spend that, which I'm going to because I want to reroll that die. I don't feel like placing Merc. I am going to get the Vatra's Flame. I'm going to get an offering, which means I'm going to take a taint. So that doesn't matter to me that I'm going to spend this to reroll it. So thank you, Brandon. You are absolutely right. It isn't the prime. It is the offering. All right. That's what I wanted. I wanted the skull so that I could turn this to get rid of it. Skull's not a problem. So now we're going to resolution. Resolution, I need 2 blue. I got 1 here. And then this I'm going to use here so that I can get, it says gain a vigor and a willpower rune, which that makes my second one. So that I want. Yeah, it's a lot. It's all good. I'll make mistakes. We'll get through it. It's all right. Yeah, it's not a problem. That's why we're all here at the table. So if I miss something, you can point it out. So I beat her and took away that die that she had that was going to hurt my day, and I get 2 trophies from a trouble. 1, 2 trophies. And she is beaten. Get out of here, Merc Rift Witch. And we get rid of that. And then since I beat her, I get to draw and move on to the exploration. Canje, I could be wrong, but I think you accidentally added the witch into the normal enemy pile while you were explaining the game in addition to the breed. What? Did I mess up something? Let me check the rules. The breeds that are going in are the Fiends, the Scorns, the Drowners, the Rot Fiends, and the User, and the Ears. She is a Scorned. She is part of it, Matthew. So let's take a look at this, and we'll walk through it just to make sure we're all on the same page. This ability here says that she is a Scorn. Okay, that's what that her creature type is, her breed. She is a Scorn. She has 2, but that's okay. Let's talk about why. Boop. And we'll move this out of the way. In this determination over here, it says enemies and breed decks, Scorned is part of them. So automatically that means Scorn gets added into the deck. Okay, cool. Then we look at, and I don't want to dig through these decks. I'll have to reshuffle it. So let's see if there is what we're looking for. All right, I see what elite card got added in. Okay, if there is a Merc Rift Witch in here, we're fine. No, I have to shuffle. There is. There is. All right. You are no, it's all right. It's all right, Matthew. We want to make sure we play this straight. Remember I said when you were setting this up, the first thing you do when you're setting up the deck, I got to turn this the proper way because I screw this up. The first thing you do is you take out all the cards that have dupes. Take them all out. Take them all out of the deck, right? Put them all on the side. Then the next thing you do is take out all the gold items, the ones that have gold on them, like this one right here. You see that? And I know you can't because I don't know why they made it so obscure, but it has like these gold little things on it. If you could see it right there, you take all of those out and put them in a side pile. Done. Everything that's left goes into the main breed, or according to the schedule, those are the base. With the dupes that you have, you take one, put it in the main, and the other one put it in the feed the breed deck. And that's what you do. So you have, so she is in the proper deck. She is where she's supposed to be. Okay, and I could go through, I'll go through that again at the end so that you can understand. I'm gonna put both decks together at the end, and then I'll separate it out so it makes complete sense of what we're talking about. Oh, no, he goes there. So she goes here. Okay. Your camera actually picked up the gold thing this time. Yeah, it's really hard to see. I wish they'd have just made the whole thing gold because it's really hard to determine. What do we got? Yeah, no problem. We're gonna go back through it. I'll show you how to build a deck right at the end so you understand fully at the end. I know it can be really confusing. This old weathered ritual circle serves as a portal to the for the primal spirits of the wild. If I would have had to, oh sorry, Brandon asked a question. If you would have had, man, that's rough. If you would have had to keep the Merc die during combat, what would have happened? You would have to spread Merc. Basically, she would drop a Merc tile right where you are, and then you have to spread Merc. That's what it is. If you're in a place that has Merc, it would become a Merc rift. If you would have had, if you would have kept, no, don't take it away. So, it basically, I would have had to spread Merc. Okay, so this old weathered ritual circle serves as a portal for the primal spirits of the wild. Summon any one creature of the current region type. If the region is affected by Merc, roll the Merc die. And if I roll the Merc die, that's what would happen. So I get to summon any one creature of the current region type. So I could summon a forest creature if I want. Do I? Sure. And then we'll see if we want to keep it or not. So we're going to summon. We've seen two, but let's see what we got. We've got Rokita. Vita. After revealing, immediately lose a random item. You cannot use or exchange this card for another summoned creature. Oh god. While resting in a cradle region, pay to shuffle. Oh. You suck. Why did you not tell? I've never run across this stinking creature. Yeah, I've never run across this creature before. After revealing, immediately lose a random item. You cannot use or exchange this creature for another summoned creature. I should have just not done it. I should have just not done it. So, to get rid of this creature, in the camping phase, if I'm in a cradle, I have to spend the trophy to get rid of it. That sucks. Alright, well, I got that for it. And the creature, the place isn't in Merc, so I'm okay. Alright, that is, and then the region action. Look. Region action, what region am I in? It doesn't have a symbol. It's nothing different. Okay. So, region, that's attribute test, region action. I don't really need to do anything. I could rest. But I would, and it's wild, so I could get back what I want. So let's do that. I'll take a recovery, spend one of these. And let's do the recovery to say what I get. Just make sure to play it right. Spend 1 prime and receive 1 point of attribute corresponding to the region type. Green. Pop. That the hero is currently located. If the region has 2 types of symbols, the hero recovers a point of both attributes. A settlement region allows the player to choose which attribute to recover. Additionally, recover 1 attribute point corresponding to the Dawnstone. It's wild, so poop. Getting my blue. That's it. So that's my region action. Alright, next turn. Yeah, the art in the game, I'm holding your willpower potion. So then I will move to Vatra's Flame. And I will draw Settlement. Oh no, I'm cursed. Cursed, which I am. I have a curse path. The Holy Fire will not accept your presence. Discard this card. That's okay. I don't care. So that happened. That's what happens when you're cursed. So you don't get to draw another. You just discard the card. Then I am going to do a Merc Binding Ritual so that I can get that. And also I'm gaining a taint. Put it on Instinct. And then I get to do that was the region action, was the Merc Binding Ritual. I drew the card, I couldn't do anything, so cool. Cool. Now, I'm going to stay here. So that was the end of this turn. Next turn, I'm not moving. Exploration time. Awesome. Look at this fun stuff. Shrine of Oblivion. You find a forgotten place of worship, an easy target for the Nyx and her befouled minions. Face a challenge. If you're exalted, I am not. Add instinct to this challenge. If you are cursed, you cannot use your rituals. And what do I have to pass? 3 willpower is what I have to pass. If I roll on the next die a Merc, I have to spread Merc. Success, take 2 offerings. If I fail, I feed the breed. So I get 1 blue because it's a challenge. It's an attribute challenge. I get 1 next die. You cannot use your rituals. Which means I get a blue for this one, but I can't use, when it says I can't use my rituals, which means I can't use this ability. That if I get a crit. That's not good. And it's a blue, and it's a will challenge, so I can't use any other cards. No spells in the religious camp. Hey Tara, what's going on? So the only way I could win this, there's only one way to win this, is well, let's see what happens. Oh my god. What? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Let's see what the skull is. Lose 1 point of the tested attribute. I can take that. So, lose 1 point of the tested attribute for the skull. And then I got a crit, which is 2 pierce. And look at that, I got 3. What? So I succeeded. I get 2 offerings for that success. Wow. Wow. Holy wow. Okay. So that was the exploration action of that. Wow. So then my region action is I'm going to commit I'm at Valtral's Flame, I'm going to conclude what I'm going to do. So I can either, at Valtral's Flame, I will pay 1 offering and spend 1 willpower to complete it. And it says you I can either choose one or the other. It's up to me. You swear to fight the invader, reclaiming your tribe's armor to become heir to the mound, or you declare war against the spawn of the Merc with your tribe axe in hand to become a storm descendant. So, this one. Sure, okay. This one I'm actually gonna leave up to you all. I've already picked. I've already seen both cards through my playthroughs, so I'm gonna let y'all back Canje get a roll. I'm gonna let you all pick, and then I'll show you the card that comes up with it. So no, you won't know what's coming up, but I'm gonna let you all pick. So let me get a poll going. Which path? We can either do heir to the mound, or we can do storm descendant. And we'll do, that's 2 T's. Do the unloaded dice come out? Oh, come on, Yogi. I was very lucky. So the poll's up. Pick which path you want me to take. I'll let it sit there for about a minute so I can drink some water, catch my breath, and then we'll go through the finale because I just completed everything. We'll go through the finale, and you will see it all unfold. The unloaded dice come out. Cruel, cruel. Here, we'll give it. Yeah, I'll give it until 12:24, and then we'll stop. So far it's been, like I said, I'm curious to hear thoughts after we get through all this. I'll give my full review of what I played so far, and then tell you kind of future of what this looks like, and what the vibe I get and everything like that. I'll go through all that. Okay, so we'll go ahead and end the poll. Go ahead and end the poll. And let's see what we're looking at. So 6 people said go storm descendant. So it shall be. So we'll do the storm descendant. 6 people said storm descendant, so let's do that. So I decided to go the path of storm descendant. Declare a war against the spawn of Merc with your tribe's axe in hand. So I become storm descendant, and what happens there is I lose the thing. I take this. This goes at the top, so now I'm heroic, cursed heroic as my path. And then I grab these 2 cards, and I find Storm Descendant. I'm gonna look at them off here, so I grab them because I don't want to. I want you to worry about what that is. So Storm Descendant. Storm Descendant is this item that I get. That is a new weapon. It's a new weapon that I get, and it says. On initiation, in the mountain region, I automatically gain 2 willpower shields. I get to roll a red die, and in combat, you can spend your vigor shield or your willpower shields as rerolls. And if I roll the red crit, I get double. Basically, a crit is 2. So I would get 2 runes. 2 runes for that. 2 vigor runes for it. And this is the new item that I have that goes into my pack. And I can switch this item out as I need to go through it, right? So I've completed the objective. And if we go to the objective, it says, remove the threat from the stronghold region and remove the Merc from the Exus region of where I started, which I did, which was Vid's Tangle here and Ardor Spire. So I took care of those 2, and then I also had to complete. Each hero must complete the goals for the first story card of their personal saga, which I just did to fix it all before the 7 hits, and I win. And so you win. I won the tutorial scenario, which talks to you how to do everything with Fight the Herald. After which, after you beat that, you then take the second card and you flip that card over, and that becomes your next focus of your personal saga. So my next focus is this is the next. Your tribe is in infamy, and you are its cursed heir. Thrown into the chasm of oblivion as a child, you survived only through a miracle. Journey to your central mound for guidance and to hear the tale of your curse. So I have to go to the Valley of Mounds. What the hell is that? Valley of Mounds. Here it is. It's here. Right here. Right there. So I'd have to go there and commit a ruin and a settlement to then continue to where I go to either I'm going to be the oath bearer. I have to go to either the oath bearer waste to become to worship the dead, or Thunderforge to invoke the thunder. And I have to spend 2 prime to invoke the thunder, or a trophy and an item to worship the dead to get the next set of cards as part of my saga. And the saga continues, and that is Zerywia, right? This is the tutorial scenario that you saw me go through to walk through these things, right? It's super modular because you don't know what you're going to get in terms of these cards. You don't know what enemies that you're going to face because you keep feeding the breed as you mess up. These cards can help or work against you depending on how you roll and what you really want to do, because all you saw me doing was evolving my personal saga. But if anything on here, let me see if I can find one. Let me see if I can find one that says grow. Take a new saga. Yeah, this is a good one. So look at this card, Misty Gulch. So Misty Gulch says, we'll skip past the flavor text and it'll say, or push on, spend willpower and roll a willpower die. If I roll a crit, I take a new saga. Take a new saga could mean I grab a new saga from the basic saga deck, or it could mean I start the saga of one of my equipped items, like Merc Binder, and then I flip over, and Merc Binder can evolve. Your weapons can evolve. It's so damn cool. Anyway, your weapons can evolve, and you can get new weapons, new unlocked abilities. It's very, you have to find them to be able to use them, right? It's not just the forest. They're spattered throughout everywhere to where you can start on that, and those become side quests that you can uncover walking through the land while you're doing a personal quest, while you're doing a scenario quest to be able to fight the big bad at the end, the Herald, for what's happening. So replayability, heavy, 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 heavy. But before we get into my review, I know that there was questions, especially from Matthew, about these cards. So I can, now that I can split them up, we can see. So I want to make sure if they're cool in here. The trick is finding all the ones that match so I can show you exactly how it's going to line up. I know there's 2 Undying. Sure. There's Undying. Cool. Shorts, I think there's 2 shorts. So I'm going to split these out. I'm going to run through this. No, there's not. There's only 1. There's 2 of her because the other one I shuffled in. There's 2 Strega. There's 2 Berserkers. There's a Ghoul. I don't think there's Ghouls in here. And I'll show you how to make this deck so you know how to do it. Not a Plunderer. Oh, there's an extra short. Short. Ghoul. Sure. Or so look at yes.
Sorrow Flame. The elites don't have any, so I can easily do the elites. Cool. Okay. And this is... So what you would do... Oh, that's the reason why I'm an idiot. Oh. So what you would do is you would separate this into two piles. Yeah, the Blackstone refreshes every quest, right? Yep. The Blackstone goes out as well. So you would separate your decks into two piles. One with the duplicates, one without the duplicates. In the deck without the duplicates, look at these symbols. Of course, you want to focus on the pretty map. If you look here, you see the gold little flecks that's on that trophy on the right? You take out all those cards, all those gold fleck cards, take them all out. All of them. All of them. Out. Out and out. They all gotta go. Take them all out. And just to let you know, I just want to let you know straight up. Here we go. There's more enemies to this game. Don't think this is it. This is only it because it's what I pulled out from the setup. But there are way more enemies to this game. So you would separate them. You would go to the scenario. Go to the scenario you're going to play. Take out all the symbols that you're supposed to. Take them all out. And the rest of them go away. Separate those two decks. So let me start over. So first, get all your cards. Read the scenario setup for how you're going to build threat deck. Take out all the cards that represent that threat deck. The rest go back into the box. Separate that deck into two ones, the ones with duplicates and the ones without. The ones without duplicates, remove all the gold speckle items. Remove them all. The ones with duplicate items, add one to the main threat deck, one to the breed. So just split them out into two piles. Two piles. Hey, Cole Levy. How's it going, Dominic? Very cool feeling to see this game on your YouTube. Yeah. Hi, Dominic. How's it going? So then you add these two. You flip them out this way. This one here gets shuffled into the Feed the Breed deck. This one is your threat deck. The end. That's it. That's how you make it. So basically, that's how you make it. In this scenario, all of them are dupes, except for the gold one, but in future scenarios, that's not how it plays out. You've got different items that are on here. Like, for instance, you get to face this guy. He's just fun. Look at that. He wants to kill you. So you get to face different, and there's 3 of him, so yay fun. But you get to face different monsters. The monsters get harder and harder and harder, and they are very diverse. So don't think that, oh, I went through this deck, I've seen them all. There's more. There's more monsters to face. Okay. So we have completed the Path of the Chosen. We have completed it successfully. And we did it in 2 turns, which isn't too well. We did it on our 3rd turn, which is pretty good. So we completed that and we got it done. Our paths are still here, and what you can do if you're like, okay, I really like this build that I have so far, you can actually take this build that you had for Path of the Chosen and take that into the campaign scenario that you're going to start against Ugmore. A very aggressive hug. I don't want that. So, but you can take. I can actually say, okay, I'm going to take this and move into the next. Move into the first campaign against Ugmore, with what I have right now, or not. I'm not going to show you this. I want you all to be surprised by the beauty that's under this card. I've seen this one. I've selected both. And so I've seen this one already in one of my playthroughs, but that's where it is. But we did go Storm Descendants. Great for doing this. We'll watch it later because kids are calling. No problem, TK. No problem. So to get some, so where does this land for me?
Here's how I feel. Let's pop back up to the top. I might have to hop down between. Quick, Canje, show off the stick tabs on your rulebook. Oh, which one? Which one do you mean? This? This stick tab? All that. But as you can see, I was able to quickly get to things that I needed to run through. And even though we ran through, I did miss one thing, but you know, Brandon caught it and we got back through things and it was fine. So, okay. So what my thoughts are on this game. I sense a lot. This is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful game, and I had to go back down the table to show it. This is a beautiful sandbox exploration game that has such great replayability on it. These cards, even if you say to yourself, I've been through all these cards, no, you haven't been through all the cards. Because there are more cards to add. Oh, well, I've gone through the overworld stuff. I want to know, like, what else does it offer instead of me just walking around? Oh, there is a entire dungeon delve that you can go through between campaigns, between scenarios of a campaign. So you do scenario 1, and I'll show you that in a second. You can go through this dungeon delve. Look how many of them there are. So you can go through dungeon delves, do stuff. Oh wow, that's pretty cool. What about, you showed me one hero. How many other heroes are there? Well, let me tell you. There are a lot. I think there are 8 total. But there are different ones that come from, if you purchase the GameFound one that's on his website, that's on the GameFound site now with what's left, you'll get the deluxe edition, which comes with the 2 expansions. It comes with the 2 expansions, but it doesn't come with like the dragon mini, like the 2 minis. It just comes with the 2 expansions that have everything in it, and you get those new heroes that come with it. So, oh, thanks, Brandon. Thanks, and let me show you that right quick. And we'll go to Zerywia. Zerywia. And let's go here so I can show you this. So in the game, if you're saying, okay, this is the limited edition that he has going on right now that's on his site, right? It says it's cooperative. It is co-op. It is co-op. So it includes the expansions that you need and the hexer that comes with the game. That was an add-on in the Kickstarter. So it comes with that. Then you get this Into the Wilds expansion, which gives you 55 new cards, plus these 2 new minis, these 2 new characters or heroes to play. And then you also get the Scorned expansion, which gives you 4 more characters to play and 55 more cards. So in total, you're getting a lot for what's... let me see how much he has left. 57. So there's 57 left. And you're getting, let's see, that's 4, 5, 6, and I think 4 other characters, I believe, were in the base. So 10. You get 10 heroes to mix and match and play however you want. I know, I'm sorry. I wish they would play it because it's a lot of fun. But you get a lot of that stuff with it, right? You get that, and you're saying, okay, well, what does the campaign look like? Well, let's go to scenario book. And I'll just kind of show this really quick. Can Dungeon Delves be played independently as just a one-off to introduce the game to someone? You can. It's a sandbox game. Play it how you want. It's meant to be played between scenarios, to be honest. If I'm going to be truly honest, I believe Dominic wanted it to be played between scenarios, but there is nothing stopping you from just doing a Dungeon Delve. There's nothing stopping you from doing it. All right, so we went through Path of the Chosen, which was the introductory scenario. Immediately, the Memory of the World is the next one that you can go into, but then we get into Ugmor's Mask Scenario 1 of the Ugmor campaign. You go through Ugmor's Mask Scenario 1, you go through that, then you go through Scenario 2, Scenario 3, and culminates on Scenario 4. That is one campaign against Ugmor, 4 scenarios that you play, right? After you get done with that, you then move on to Pakara's Awakening, 4 scenarios. Sorry, I missed the end. Canje was printing my registration for my truck. So you get 4 scenarios for Pakara's stuff where it's a massive beast that you have to fight. Look at how you have to fight it. My God. Okay, so how you have to fight, you go through 4 of them, and then when you get done with those 4, you go into the heart of Stribog, and you have to fight Stribog, which is so you go into those 4 scenarios to go through that. I mean, this is gameplay. This is, if you're like, I don't want to randomly walk around, here's your campaign mode. And then after you finish with Stribog, you start in the Edge of Oblivion, where you fight the Firstborn, the epic battle herald, the Firstborn. So you go through this set, all 4 scenarios, and then that completes it. So what you've got is you've got what's that? 16? 8, 12, 16. You have 16 missions of an epic campaign, 4 scenarios per campaign each, where you fight all these different bosses, which they're around here somewhere. So you fight these different bosses in different ways. The game has you fight them in different ways. All throughout this land, you get the dungeon delve between the scenarios, so you can even dungeon delve to change it up just a little bit to go through those cards. And you build it out. What this culminates to is an epic campaign. Like, it's a lot of content that you're getting for a pretty damn decent price, and it plays really well. It plays really, really well. My positives of what I feel when I play this game, I feel Mage Knight. You're on a timer, you're moving to try to get stuff done, and you're building yourself up as you go through your Saga card. I get Hexplore vibes, because as you move through different areas, different effects happens in terms of the merc, the threats, those types of things. And then, what really sinks it for me is I get heavy Gloom and Killforth vibes from this game as well. Because as these things go through, merc starts spreading, Gloom, and these areas where the Dawnstones are can also get corrupted to where they have negative effects against you as you play the game. So where it's like, okay, well, I get the benefit of this Dawnstone. You can't count on that. If that gets corrupted because this is filled up and then this Dawnstone gets corrupted, then you suffer the negative effects of the Dawnstones that region that you're in. And that can spread to every single one of these Dawnstones to get them corrupted by Nick. So this can work against you. The Sventovid can work against you. How is the board game, player, board, card, mini quality? I know about the dice, and did the developer ever answer your question in email to share your issue? Well, Dominic's on the message right now, so I could talk to him about it. He said, Memory of the World is a universal scenario that can be played over and over again as well. So you've got a lot of things that you could replay and go through. One of the things that happened was these dice said that they were etched, and mine aren't. Mine aren't etched. I rub my fingers around them, and I don't feel any indentation at all. It's like it's painted on, or maybe they didn't dig enough on the dice, so they were faulty dice. And I wrote that message to Oliba Games, but I haven't heard anything. But these dice are not etched. My dice are not etched. Are your dice etched? I don't know, but mine are not at all. Siren Mate says, I just now managed to get on and gotta go back and watch this playthrough now. So, Mike, to answer your question, I haven't gotten an answer yet on my non-etched dice. These dice aren't etched. I'm rubbing my finger, and rubbing my finger here is exactly like rubbing my finger across a blank side. I don't feel any change. So no, they're not etched. In terms of what else did you ask about? Quality. The board is beautiful. Images, gorgeous. The artwork is phenomenal. The cards, sleeve them immediately. The cards you need to sleeve, because the cards are not. They're not. I hold this card, and I did this on the unboxing, and so I'm gonna do it here. I've got a Magic the Gathering card. I've got pull one of these out. I've got a regular playing card. So Magic the Gathering, regular playing, and then I'm going to unsleeve this for just a second. And then I got the Zerywia card. What does this feel more like? It's not this. It's this. It's this. So it's basically this. It's a playing card. It's the playing card quality. So I would say when you get this game, leave it immediately. Leave it immediately. So it's playing card quality cards, but it's not the thick Magic card. It's not on the sleeve thread. Regular sleeves do. Regular sleeves do, and I think you need 770. I think 770 sleeves, but regular sleeves will do. Regular. I use my sleeves that I use, which are the ones that I love, are Ultra Pros. They have the little bubble that's here, but they are fantastic. They keep the cards protected and they're good. Yeah, they're standard American sleeve cards. Dan asks, Kaliba Games, how are you handling shipping currently? Meaning, what is the estimated time to expect delivery to the US? Kaliba Games said FedEx 7 days with tracking, but for now it's more 14 days to get the shipping out. Cybermage says, looks like a lot of table space, one of my big hindrances. It's not that bad. It actually isn't that bad. The table space really isn't awful, to be honest. I fit everything of the game within here. I just threw all the stuff on here because I wanted to show you all the content. It's not bad. Setup, when we talk about setup wasn't hard. It was just, it takes time because it's a card-based game, right? So it takes as long as it takes for you to set up the cards, the scenario, shuffle things, and then get to the table and put in the tokens on the table. So all in all, setup time, honestly, is about, I'll say 5 to 10 minutes. Worst case scenario, 10 minutes, but about on average about 5 minutes to get a game set up. It's pretty, especially if you're used to it. You could get it done in about 5 minutes and be fine. What do we got? What do we got? Just looking through the chat here to see what size sleeves. American size. Yeah, American standard American sleeves will be fine for it. Just the standards. They look like, well, Dan's got it down. Okay, let's talk about an organizer. With a card organizer, table space should be better. Yes, that's correct. With a card organizer, it would be better. Organization. So if you got in on the Kickstarter, and I'm going to pull this up. If you got in on the Kickstarter, you got this really cool wooden, beautifully crafted, made box that has an organizer in it. If you got on the Kickstarter, you got it. You can organize your cards accordingly. They fit sleeved. They put stuff in there. It's absolutely gorgeous. If you didn't and you late back, you get the box one, which is this. And this has spaces for the minis with this, and then they has places for you to put the cards in. But this doesn't fit sleeve. So this doesn't fit sleeve cards. You'll have overflow, so I had to put rubber bands around mine to put them back in the box. I'm not thrilled with that there wasn't a solution, but I know one will follow. I'm not gonna to ping them on that. I'm like, if you're gonna do a reprint of this game, make sure to include some form of organizer for extra, even if it's extra. I'd say like it's 25 USD extra for an organizer, or you work with eRaptor or whatever. If you get an organizer, I'd probably say look into getting an organizer for this, and that would probably be a lot helpful. But as it comes, if you buy the game late pledge, you can't get an organizer for it. What do we got? So when do you try a 2-player game? Never. I like this game a lot. I give this game massive thumbs up for its playthrough. I am going to play the scenario on stream, and we're going to go through Ugmore's scenario. on stream. We're gonna go through the campaign. I just have to get it scheduled. It'll be sooner than later, and I'm gonna try a different hero. It won't be Dolbar. I'm gonna try a different hero. I'm probably gonna put all the heroes on up on Patreon, and I will let the Patreons choose who they want me to play. But it's gonna be solo. So no 2-player. What else we got? That's good to know. It's sad I have a pretty big table, and yet so many games still barely fit. Yeah, this game fits Cybermage. Easy. Table space is fine. I'm just messy, right, Dan? Yogi, 10 minutes to solve the map puzzle. Is there a difference between true solo and two-handed solo? Yes, Brian. And so I need to start pulling these up so I can just tackle them one at a time so I don't miss anything. So let's do this. Is there a difference between true solo and two-handed solo? Yes. If you play true solo, you get an extra basic Saga card to start with. So I picked the Merc Shade as mine instead of just the other 2 that you get with your personal Saga that you choose. So if you're playing two-handed solo, you're going to play 2 characters. You'll pick their personal Saga, and then each one of them only gets to pick 2 basic Sagas. When you play true solo, you get a extra basic Saga, and to add to that, when you play true solo on solo mode, you get 2 extra region options to use, which is the Ritual of Recovery, which you saw me use in this playthrough, and you can summon a creature. If you spend a trophy, you can summon a creature. Those exist only for true solo. Otherwise, you don't get those 2 region options. So there is a difference. What else do we got? Kaliba Games says, cards are 3-layered. It's strange because they are qualitatively better than Magic the Gathering. We will move to 350 grams. They're cheaper, but people seem to like them more overall. We overpaid unnecessarily. That sucks. I'm so looking forward to the reprint, though. There are huge differences when 2 characters are playing. Yep, there are huge differences. You're right, Brandon. We got Kaliba Games. If you say they're better quality, I'll take your word for it. You know more about card construction than I do for sure. Brandon then says, Herald boss battles are brutal when playing solo. I have not done a Herald boss battle, but we're going to do it solo. We will figure it out. We will see if it's brutal or not. Yogi asked for Dominic here. It says, is there a date for the reprint campaign? I don't. That's something for Kaliba for Dominic to answer to see if that is. I know that he did state multiple times. He did it in VGG. He also said it, I believe, on one of his videos that they are looking at doing another reprint. But I'm sure it's a daunting task, right? It's a lot to go through. He's got to make sure logistics are right. So I believe that there is going to be one, but when, I'm unsure, especially since he's still doing delivery of stuff and getting stuff shipped out. It's not going to be as soon as people would like, but I know it's going to come. I know it's going to happen. Oh, wow, it's sooner than I thought. So he said, I may grab this now, cancel Distance Skies, and get that one at retail. Mike, buy this game. It's incredible. It looks like Kaliba said, yeah, May 3rd, reprint. I was wrong. I know you were still doing fulfillment, but May 3rd, fantastic. So they plan to do a reprint Kickstarter May 3rd. Amazing. So keep your eyes up for it. What else we got? Any other questions about the game that I could run through some rules? Because like I said, I spent a lot of time learning this to make sure I got it right for you to see, right? So anything you want to see, anything you want me to chat about, there'll be no retail, just Kickstarter. Okay. All right, cool. Anything you want to see, anything you want me to chat about or run through in terms of a rule set to make sure you understand what's happening. The one main thing that a lot of people miss when they get this game, very, very important. The only saga that starts flipped is your personal saga. First book, personal saga. Do not start with the other 2 basic sagas with their story started. Right? There's a lot of discussion about that. That is not what Dominic intended. These can be evolved, and you can start them later by finding the things that you need to grow a saga in one of these exploration decks, but the only one you start with is your personal one. Are player boards symmetrical? Yes, I can get the player board. So if you were in the Kickstarter campaign and you got that beautiful, beautiful box, you got some wood etched ones that come with them as well, like wood etched player boards. But prepare for the beautiful art. The one you saw was this one I used, but there's also this one with a beautiful picture. There is this one with a beautiful picture and wonderful work. And there is this one. So it's the seasons with a beautiful picture. So it is spring, summer, winter, and this one's fall. So it's gorgeous. The artwork is just fabulous. I think the artist was Dominic that did the art. It is beyond beautiful. Like, the artwork is just amazing. I'll take that snow one, please. It's gorgeous, right? It's just built out perfectly. And these are thick. These are really good quality boards. Like, I'm not mad at this at all. They're really good quality boards. But then if you got the Kickstarter, it comes with wooden, like MDF. MDF, I think. They're either MDF or no, they're not. They're ply. That they come with those boards as well, so you get 4 of those that you can use also. Let's see, what do we got? So excited for this game. I like it. I'll take the snow one. Can you explain the benefit of having a certain icon in the middle of the board on your quadrant? Yes. So, this is the Sventavid. And this Sventavid works in the Sventavid phase. It turns counterclockwise to each Thymor, each cycle, right? Each major round, each cycle. When you get to this, when it comes to the camp phase, you, let me go to the camp phase. Phases. That's next phase, camp phase. When it comes to the camp phase, you basically, it says, restore 1 attribute point related to the Dawnstone that is on the Sventavid pointing to your Thymor. So you restore 1 of those that are on there as part of it. So you get that ability. There's also cards in here that work with this, like that are in this game that work with this specific one depending on what's on. There are cards that work with that. And also, if the Sventavid falls in, basically you've gathered all these on here, and it's gonna get ruined. You actually lose this, and it falls to Nyx, so that becomes what you have to deal with on the camp phase. You have to deal with that item that's on there. I've sold 2 copies already. No, this is all Dominic's stuff, man. This is all his baby. So he deserves all that credit for making such a great game. So that's what that means, Matthew, if that makes sense. It all works towards the camp phase, and there are cards that that also work for it as well. So that's what it means. Let's see, what do we got? I'm trying to find when an enemy with Merc symbol for their Merc die result. They spread Merc instead of blocking a Pierce result, correct? Yes, that is correct. Pierces are only blocked. Pierces are only blocked in attribute tests. Otherwise, for the majority, for every enemy that you have, they have a Merc symbol that they do something. So whenever you're facing a challenge that's a threat, the Merc symbol deals with what's on there, right? It's already stated. Whenever you're dealing with an attribute challenge, the Merc symbol does what you're saying it does. It blocks Pierce. So there is a difference. I'm a sucker for dual air boards. Me too. Hey, yes, I'm still going, Brian. Welcome. Glad you made it back home. Now tell Cynthia I'm ready for some more Eldritch Horror. I sold 2 copies already. No, not me, not me, not me. Man, I played that wrong then. Still have fun though. It's all right. That's why we're here to play it, to have fun, to go through it, to have a good time. So that's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. Overall, I'll say overall this game is fantastic and phenomenal. I think this game is a hidden gem. To be honest, I don't say that lightly. I think this game is a hidden gem. It is gorgeous. It's beautiful. My only negative, and that's the thing, I only have one negative for this whole game that I played so far. When I play Ugmor's scenario, I'll go through it. But I have one negative for this entire game. She sat next to me, so it goes through. My only negative. This rule book. This rule book is my only negative. There is so much there is so much complexity into this game. There's so much complexity into this game that the rule book has got to be on point. It's got to be on point because there's so many things that you can do. There's so many different things that can happen. There's so many instances of these things. There's questions that they have a unofficial FAQ out on BGG. Please fix this and let people love this game. This game is amazing. It's fun. People who I know that enjoy this type of stuff. Dan, I'm talking to you. Steven, I'm talking to you. Y'all like Mage Knight. Y'all like Gloom. This is it. This is good stuff. Fix this so that people can enjoy it. That's all I'm saying. This is my only complaint for this game. I don't find anything in the gameplay itself that frustrates me. Nothing. It's either I have ways to mitigate dice. Check. The game board evolves as the scenarios continue. Check. Merc spreads. You can clear it. You can remove taint from yourself. You can move about. The game evolves and the world breeds to work with you. Check. You've checked all these boxes. Summoning monsters based on the region that you're in terms of ruins, forests, settlements, like drawing those cards, great variety. Having different gods that you can use, and with the expansions, adding in new different god cards that you can have, new different starting favor cards that you can add, plus new rituals that you can add, all that. New weapons that you can add. There's allies that are in there, which are those are red. The ally deck is around here somewhere. I don't know why I can't find it right now. But adding new allies that you can add in there, all these check marks, all these pluses, all these big things make this game stupendous. You gotta bring it with the rule book. You gotta bring it. You gotta make sure that the rule book is easy to consume. And I had a video with this with One Stop Co-op Shop on their stream channel live about how important a rule book is. The rule book has everything you need to play the game. Don't let me say that, oh, things are missing from the rule book. They're not. Everything you need is in this book. It just needs to be laid out a little bit better. That's my only complaint, is that the rule book just needs work. Other than that, dude, you got a gem. You got a winner. This is on par to be my #1 game of 2022 already. It's already hit that. It's already hit that running. What do we got? What do we got? Sorry, I was talking on this. Dang, you can't. I'm gonna go broke with all these games you recommend. This is, you know what? If you don't back any other game that I kind of put out there to say to look at, except for Primal, you need to back Primal, and Oathsworn. I think this is a hidden gem. This is one of those ones that you'll play and play and play. You can put it away, and then you'll come back to it. You'll play it again, and you'll be refreshed, and you'll love it. Like, this is a hidden gem, man. No doubt. Yeah, there was less than 600 people that backed on Kickstarter because it's a hidden. It was unknown, but it's a good game. A game made with love, a personal dream. Thanks a lot for a warmth you show. Yeah, this game is great. I can see the passion, Dominic, that you put in this game. I can see it, and as I play it, I can feel it. I think this is. I want to play the campaign, and I'm going to play the campaign because I'm excited to play this. I am excited to play this. You have me in complexity. You have me in complexity. Wow, only 170 for a game on GameFound. That's a good price, even. I think it's a good price, even in this time. I think it's a good price for what you're getting. I know a lot of people will. I've heard a lot of people say things like, "Well, if it's a good game, the price shouldn't matter," and I only want to pay $30 for a game. There are games out there that matches your criteria. This game's got a lot of work into it. This game's got a lot of passion into it. I think $170 is a good asking price for this game, to be honest with you. I think it's a steal for what you're getting. I think it's. How can the rulebook be negative? Just think of all the fun you had sticking tabs in it. I know, Thomas. I know. I think Dom is going to do some more YouTube videos too, right? I'm not sure. He may answer that. He may answer that lower down, so let's see. Yes, rulebook is on the to-do list ASAP. Thank you. I'm telling you, man, this is the only thing that's gonna hold you back. This. If you knock this, if you get this. Anyway, I've said enough. Let's see. Getting my wallet now. Kaliba Game, sorry if already answered. Will the reprint have any changes, or will it be the exact same as the game found? Ooh, that's a good question. Let's see how Dominic answers that. This Canje video was co-sponsored by 3M Corporate. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I was so excited for Distant Skies. You can get Distant Skies retail. This one's not going retail. And I'm the FOMO monster resides in my house, and I will only let it attack me. I will never push it on any of you. I think when a lot of people have a lot of feelings about saying things like, if it doesn't come to retail, then I don't care. I've got plenty of other games to play. It doesn't matter. Okay, sure. I don't fault that. I don't fault that. I think this is one of those ones that it's a self-passion project that he doesn't have. He's the publisher. He doesn't have a publishing company that has contracts with different stores to break those things down that you can put this game in retail. Unless a flag store orders these games and puts them on their shelves, that's how it's going to get there. It's just plain. It's funds, man. I mean, it's just how it works. And if you're like, well, if it's not going to come to retail, I don't want it. Okay, then don't play it. But if you're like, well, I don't mind as long as it's a good game. I don't mind spending that money for a Kickstarter exclusive. I think this is a solid buy. That's my take on it. What do we got? Oh my gosh, a lot of stuff coming through. Angie, you're costing me money again. Brian, it's a good game. I think Cynthia will love this game, honestly. I think Cynthia, this game, she will love this game, 100%. What else we got? Reprint. We try to keep the continuity, but there will also be new additions. You add more cards to this game, you got my money. You got my money. Yeah, so far, I'm telling you, so far, it's April, and so far, this has already hit #1 for 2022. I'm already like, I'll at the end of the year I'll say what my top game was. I'm not going to do a top 5. This will be my top game, and I'll sort it through. This is in the running immediately. I give you crap, Canje, about costing me money, as most games I'm content watching you play and me not to buy it. This one is different. I think I need this one. It's a good game. Just cancel Sleeping Gods, going to buy this now. Many people did not believe in the success of the realization. We hope that now more people will join this world. If Dominic, if you keep adding content to this world, if you keep adding content and different variety to change things up, you are going to be around a long time making this stuff. This is a really good start. This is a really good start. What do we got? That rulebook reminds me of Legally Blonde. I'm gonna have to look into this. I've been working so much I don't have time to play games, but I just bagged Dead by Daylight, the board game. Guess this will be next. And that's cool. I gotta, I got my hype on because I like this game a lot. My tastes are not the tastes of every gamer out in the community, right? Some gamers don't want this. Some gamers hate Mage Knight. Yeah, Dan. Some gamers hate Mage Knight. Some gamers hate Mage Knight. Some gamers hate Gloom and Kill Force. Some gamers hate Hexplore. This isn't that game for them then, and that's okay. They don't have to feel bad about it. They don't have to like this at all. If you say this game isn't for me, I watched your playthrough. I like your playthrough. Thanks for doing it, but it's not something I want to buy. Okay, that's perfectly fine. I will never ask questions on why or whatnot. It's just not for you. For people who like those 3 games that I named or played them and said they're good, I can replay them. I enjoyed them. This is another feather in that cap. So determine, do your research, like Cybermage is saying, do your research, see if those are the type of games that you like, and then add this to your collection if it does, or if it doesn't, don't. And that's okay. That's perfectly okay. Wow, why does this thing keep jumping? Shipping is brutal. Yikes. Just got home from work, going to start from the beginning, how'd the playthrough go? Hey Jason, it went well, I won. Well, they would be air freighting a single order, so the shipping makes sense for the remaining GameFound copies. Yeah. It is air shipping, so it's gonna be a lot. Okay, if I was to do this, do I do late pledge on GameFound or wait for reprint? Ooh. I'm trying to let the FOMO monster stay on me. I'll say, if you choose to do this and you've seen the playthrough and you say you want to get the game, get it now. However, and I'll immediately put the pike of however in there. The game is getting, it sounds like Dominic said that May 3rd is when they're going to be doing the next campaign. Wait for May 3rd. See what's offered. There might be more that comes with it, so you can add on instead of doing 2 different orders for 2 different shipping, right? I know, Cynthia, you're in the UK, so you have to deal with that. So keep in mind of that, and you might not have to deal with that for where this ships from, but just, I would say for you, wait for May 3rd and see what it offers in the reprint and get it then. But if you're like, I want to play this game before then, which with shipping, it probably is good to wait anyway. But if you want to get it before then you could order it now. But for you and Brian, I would say wait to May 3rd and see what the reprint says. That would be that's my 2 cents. What do we got? The whole retail argument is 100% true for the larger publishers. Ahem, come on. For small designers, publishers, that argument doesn't work. Yeah, I know, because you don't have those contracts with those bigger ones. But like I said, to each their own. I'm not judging anybody on that. If you don't want to back it because it's not coming to retail, okay, then don't. Okay. Rule books and any documentation is hard. It is very hard, but I have to say this, and this is not to this game, this is just rule books in general. We have too many mediums available today for it to be difficult for people to grok rules. Write a rule book for people who like to read through rule books and go through it. Make a playthrough video. Dominic said both of these. Make a playthrough video for people who are visual learners who want to go through those things and see the game actually played and explain some stuff. Have a forum set up to answer any questions that you would have that's readily visited by the designer. Dominic has done all 3 of these things. Put the PDF online so that people can be able to read those things. And finally, have a tabletop simulator mod that people can try out your stuff. Right? So that's kind of where I'm going with it. Hats off to Dominic for doing some great work on the videos, on PDF, on the rule book, on the explanations. A lot of people don't do that, and it drives me nuts. I don't like Gloomhaven at all. Okay. Okay. I usually give non-huge publishers a pass on rulebooks as long as they are active on answering questions on things like BGG and such, and he is. He is. We don't associate with people who don't like Mage Knight. Nice, nice, nice. I cannot imagine the amount of hours it would take to try to attempt to play through every Saga card and the Delve quest cards. The content is an incredible bargain if anyone is worried about it. It really is. And I'm going to find out because I'm going to play through this stuff. Because I like it. Because I like it. People are not allowed to hate Gloom and Kill for it. Steven, I agree with you. I agree with you. When I watch this video from the start, I'll make my judgment. I got Mage Knight just last year and really enjoyed, but can't get it to my table enough. That is the crux of Mage Knight. Everyone has that. I have Mage Knight right over there, and I played it all at once and need to get back to it. So I do need to get back to it, but not before this. What is the name of the game again? Just kidding. Jason, the playthrough was terrible. I mean, Canje won. What fun is that? For this year, we're focusing on improving the rulebook and the scenario book. More cards, stories, etc. So, this works. This works. This works. I mean, even if you add more villains, you're adding more content to this game. The Delve deck interests me as that's a nice add-on that you had. I've never played Mage Knight. Don't start now. Don't start now by reading the rulebook. Look at, if you want to learn how to play Mage Knight, I have my best advice for you for playing Mage Knight. Go to Liz Davidson's channel and watch her video on Mage Knight. She explains it like a dream. If you grab that rulebook, you're gonna take Mage Knight, drive it out to a secluded place, set it on fire, bury the ashes, salt the earth that it's on, and then blow it up with a grenade. Liz Davidson perfectly explains Mage Knight if you want to know how to play the game. She is fantastic at it. What do we got? Look, this game sounds like it has more content than Kill For It. I have over 300 hours in Kill For It and still get surprised and love playing it. This game can reach that for me easily. I agree. Calibre Games, will the new things being added be offered separately if I buy this edition? Ooh. It's a different kind of game a little bit. We have less miniatures and more cards and ways of playing. Many Kickstarters sell mainly minis. You are correct. The mini-heavy world exists. I love the low mini count. To me, it means you're leaning on gameplay instead of bling. That is an absolute winner. That's an absolute. That's what does a lot of stuff. I mean, Kill For It, no minis. Card games, great. Mage Knight, few minis, few, still a great game. Explore It, 2 minis. It's great. So if you follow, all of them have that theme of following on card play, gameplay mechanics, tightening those things up instead of throwing minis at you. And they do it well. This game does the same thing. Yeah, Liz Davidson does a great explanation of Mage Knight. She is top notch. New things will be an add-on section separately, yes. So you can add them on separately. Good. What else do we got? Clippy Games, I appreciate more content cards over minis. Most of us are getting to the point we have too many minis. I'd rather have cards, gameplay over minis that are really getting used. It's not the nut. Brian. Brian is my painting guru. I bow before you. And he says, not the number of minis, it's the quality that matters. Well, he prefers big decks, and he cannot lie over minis. All right, so we've gone through a playthrough of Zerywia. Dominic has his channel on Calibre Games. He has a YouTube channel that he's going through some of the playthroughs. I wanted to go through this one to kind of give my take on it, and how it plays, and how it's set up. There is a lot of there is a lot of really great content coming. My plan, honestly, is I'm going to go through the Ugmore campaign on stream, because I want to play this game, and I want to keep getting to it. So that means that I have to dive back in and add more tabs. Ooh, am I dropping stuff? And add more tabs on fighting heralds as I get into that one, because I want to play through the Ugmore campaign so you can see a herald fight, and then we'll do a dungeon delve so you can see a dungeon delve happen. Right? I want to give you the experience of what this game feels like as you play it properly. So we'll do the Ugmore's Mask scenario. Go in there, play that, see what happens, and see how and see how those play out. I will get those scheduled. I know, Dominic, you said you're dropping this one in May. It might be May is my roll and write month, but I think I'm gonna sneak in. I have a vacation week, and with that vacation week, I'm gonna sneak in some playthroughs of this game as well with the roll and write stuff, so you can see that. So I think probably you'll see it. I'll get it scheduled, and you'll see it pop up on the stream. I'd like to thank Canje and Kaliba Games for their time. Yeah, no problem, Mike. I would hey, this is Dominic's baby. All I'm doing is just playing the game. He built the world, so hats off to Dominic for making a really great game. This is really good. This game would have been awesome with just standees. Minis are just the bonus. Yep, I agree. That's right. Buy it, Steven. Buy it right now. So I'll get it scheduled so you can see a herald fight. You'll see a full play with the herald involved and what that means. We'll go through a dungeon delve also in another playthrough. So I'll step through the different plays. I'm gonna play different characters so you can see what each hero can do. So you can see those go through, and we'll get to the Scorn. We'll get to all that other stuff that's on here, and we'll keep it going well. So this was Zerywia. I think this game is amazing. Honestly, if the reprint Kickstarter is happening May 3rd, see what's being offered then and get it. If you're like, no, I want the game now, it's available on GameFound for you to pick up. It's a hidden gem. Bar none, it's a hidden gem. This game is fun. It's great. I know I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about it other than great work, Dominic. You made a wonderful game. That's the style that I enjoy, and I like it. Bottom line. So cool. All right. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. Yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for joining. I appreciate it. I appreciate you coming to the table. Like I said, whether you're a Patreon, a subscriber, or neither, thank you so much for joining to check this out. If you want to know what the next one is, hit subscribe so when stuff pops up, you'll know about it. I will be scheduling these ones out to get these plays going so you can see the game it's in its entirety. Ugh, I've been talking too long. I know, Mike. I know. And we will see how it goes. So thanks everyone for joining. Thank you to my Patreons. Thank you to my YouTube subscribers. Thank you to everyone at the table. Thank you, Dominic, for popping in the chat to answer some questions and just give us some information. And yeah, I will see y'all all later. Insert comment or slogan here. Bye, everybody.